We own two properties.
I'm sorry?
We own two properties. I'm very concerned.
That's as far as I know. You can ask that question in the public forum. I'll make a comment and I'll get back to you. I will. Hey, what's going on? One day at a time.
Take this off. Take this off of there. Take it off, please, real quick. Okay. Apparently, that's Tom Heisel, and that's Mary Stockton.
Yep. Look at it. No, the one I put up previously must have, when I did these, they must have misspelled it.
That's the old one. It doesn't even have a date on it. You know, there's something on streaming. Yeah, Mr. I was laughing at him.
What?
Because your spiel was on the screen.
No, it was not.
Yes, it was.
Oh, well, of course it's on there when we do that because it's hidden. I didn't hit them.
And I'm like, and I'm looking at Lyle like, Lyle.
And I was trying to figure out how to do it.
Right. Okay, well, then we gotta have a signal line.
He's right there. Anyone who has public comment, if you would please proceed to bring your public comment to the front. And I guess, Mr. Neal, are you the recipient?
Yeah. Hi, Kelly. Hello, how are you?
Hello, Mr. Brown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 that I'm aware of at the time. I have all these written down.
That's not bad if I can read the writing.
I tell you.
I'd like to call the meeting in order, please. Madam Secretary, can you take a roll call?
Mr. Brown? Ms. Galbraith? Here. Mrs. Gasparo?
Here.
Mr. Toure?
Hello.
You're over there.
Here.
And Secretary's aye.
Hello?
I got you.
Stand the other side, tricking us.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is that all of them?
I'd like to begin this meeting with the public portion, which we have quite a few public comments. And I do ask that you adhere to the rules that we have set forth regarding public comments. I believe they are on the back of the forms, the rules, and on the screen as well. I do ask that our secretary read those public comments in the order that she deems fit to do so.
Okay, the first comment is from Mr. Dan Taylor. And the question is, what source or documents were used to create the facilities master plan? There were two presentations, October 2014 and July 2015, that can be found on the 201U website, but I'm interested in seeing the source information used to create these presentations.
Thank you. Are the documents that were created by Healy Bender available to the public? And how do we find those?
Can you capture those questions?
Okay, I'll get back to you.
Again, our position here as a board, as a whole, is not to respond to public comments. It's, however, is to give you a chance and opportunity to make your comments. And if we do respond in some manner, it's for clarity's sake only. And our superintendent will get back to you and address your answers or questions or concerns.
Is within 14, is it 14 business days?
We have a time,
14
days.
business days.
14 business days.
Upon the completion of 14 business days, you can expect going forward that those comments, it doesn't matter who made them, will be reported in this fashion to the whole entire public going forward. So it's already on the website if you care. So if you came here and you had a question, those questions are reported out so that everyone will be able to utilize the information.
Thank you.
Okay. And the next one is from Ms. Carol Millsap. She asked clarification on the life safety bond.
Following up on last month's meeting, Mike Trey asked if any other bonds regarding the new school were being considered. So my question is, going over the agenda tonight, when did the life safety bonds become an option? And when was it introduced to all the board members? Were all the board members informed before it was put on the agenda? And who is recommending to utilize his life safety bonds? And if approved, is it the plan to tear down the sixth grade center to build the mega elementary school?
What was the final one?
If approved, and we're going to go ahead and use the life safety bonds to build the schools or go forward with the facility master plan, is it to tear down the sixth grade center? Is it an option to tear down the sixth grade center to build the mega elementary school, combining Crete and Balmoral? Or that's I just want clarification on what we're doing.
Okay, did you get that, Terry? Terry, you got that? Okay, next public comment is from Tammy Burnham. Says, community forum requested for construction project.
Good evening. I'm here tonight thinking it might be a good idea to get the public more involved in your construction. Daily, I hear everyone from taxpayers to students to parents, no one knows what's going on. I've heard that we're building a new high school. I've heard we're tearing down Crete Elementary and renting it out. I've heard all different scenarios. And I think that it would be a good idea to get the public together. Wouldn't take a lot of time. You could ask them to show up here and just have a public forum, a question and answer session where everyone's on the same page. You're going to get a lot of resistance, and I think a lot of it is because no one really knows what's going on. The website's not clear. For example, the sixth grade center, or I'm sorry, the addition to the middle school went from 9 million. Now I think I've seen it at 13+ million. How did that happen? We need more communication. Secondly, I see Mr. Anderson's not here tonight. Mr. Anderson has a poor attendance record as a board member. I think Sub-District 7 deserves better.
Mrs. Burnham,
And I believe that the taxpayers deserve better.
That is not what you stated to speak on.
That's okay.
So
I just like it on record that we've noticed, and we would like an answer to his resignation. Thank you.
Again, I ask that you do respect the board, what you list on your comment, that you speak on such comment and not deviate from that comment. Thank you.
Sandy Walters asks, or just states, teachers leaving the district and MEC.
Good evening. I am just curious as to why you think we have had a mass exodus of longtime veteran seated teachers in this district, and we continue to lose good teachers. As of last month, there were 23 vacancies, and as of this week, there are still 13, and school starts tomorrow. So what does this mean for our kids? What does this mean for class sizes? Where are these kids going to fit in when we are minus this many teachers still? Also wondering about the teachers with their negotiations. I am certainly hoping that this does not go like it did last year and that these teachers had to wait a year to get a contract negotiated. So I'm hoping that we can get started with that and get that done for these teachers as soon as possible. And then on my question I also had about our MEC building, I would like to know what the enrollment is, and I would like to know the cost and how much it is to staff and operate this building. That's it.
Next question is from Mary Ellen Brower. And she says, hi, how school officials met with officials of Crete, or has school officials met with officials of Crete, Mayor Einhorn? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you finish because I can't read it.
My question is, first of all, you answered my question.
Statewide.
My question is, I didn't get an answer to my questions from the last meeting, but I understand it should be on your website. Okay. I have another question. Has the school board met with Crete Mayor Einhorn, the township supervisor, Richard Most, and also we have the University Park mayor here? Have you met with them at all so that they can inform the people of their area what is going on with our school district? They need to know. They need to know what is happening in our school district. The taxpayers do. Secondly, are the other villages, Monee, University Park, Park Forest, are they all aware of what is going on, what it will cost them? Are they current in their payments to our school district? I don't know where this money is going to come from that you're looking for. People are tapped out to the nth degree. I'm sorry.
Next question, or comment rather, is Jack Dabbis. Hope I said that right. What is TIF, and why didn't University Park pay theirs?
How's everybody tonight? Hi, Mayor. University Park Mayor sitting over there. Oh, and by the way, Mike, everybody here's got your back. No more threats against you. Okay. I don't know where to start. This TIF thing, suppose I was told was some kind of a break that they would get under taxes to pay to the school district or something for the kids. I may be wrong, but that's part of being ignorant, and it wasn't paid. So who makes up this money? The rest of us in Crete, I guess. I don't know where all this money's coming from, but I know what the plans are of this committee, and you're gonna push this thing through. I know you are. You're gonna win this battle, but you're not gonna win the war. Because this community, if I have to lead it, will break your tax base. We'll bust it. You won't have any money. People will move out, foreclose, whatever we have to do.
What is your question? What is your comment?
I want that to go up there. That's why I'm saying this. I want people to read it so they know what's coming, plus the civil unrest. I'm sorry. You upset me very much. I've had a knot in my stomach all day. You're lucky I've calmed down.
Okay, the next question then is from Pat Dabbis. And it's, where is the honesty? Why sneaky? Where is your responsibility to the people you serve? Why isn't one debt paid before another one is taken?
You guys have a responsibility to the community. We're taxpayers. We are assuming that you're doing your good diligence in what you are using our money for. I mean, that's our money that you're asking for more and more of it, and there isn't any way to balance all of that. Us as a family, we need to work with our income. We can't keep going out and borrowing more just because we want more, and that's what you people are doing. It needs to be paid off first. The first debt needs to be paid before you continue doing anything further and asking for more money. Honesty, I don't see the honesty here. You're not giving us answers back. You said that you would not answer our questions, but you would send us an email. You stated in 14 days we should get a response. I have not received any responses back from our questions from the prior meeting. I looked up on the website. I didn't see anything out there that referred anything to the meeting there. Also, I looked at a bio, and on a bio for one person, they indicated that they belong to a house of worship and they were a part of the Edge Coffee thing. And that to me says that that person is a person of faith. I should be able to trust that they are being honest in all their dealings. And I honestly don't see that happening here. It's very discerning. So that's where my questions lie.
And the next question or comment is from Nathan Wright. Want to encourage the board to add etiquette and emotional training to the schools on a trial test consideration.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm very pleased to be here with you today to just share some of my 20 years of teaching manners and morals to our children. I am so pleased to be involved with this particular discipline. It is what's missing in our society. And so long as we continue to disregard our fundamental humanity and not do due diligence to educate our children on how to be civilized. So what I did, I brought one of our older etiquette books here today. This was printed in 1891. And I'd like to share just one read from the preface so that you will know that this is eternal. We are a civilized society, and we must continue to protect our civility. And I'll start with just this right here, real quickly. No person education is complete without a thorough knowledge of the rules of etiquette. Multitudes fail in their undertaking because they lack that ease and pleasant address, which is a passport to every grade of society. This is not about class. This is about our humanity. And I'm appealing, I'm begging this board to allow us 6 months. 6 months. Give us one of your elementary schools. Give us 6 months and 2 hours a week. And I guarantee you won't believe those are the same children. Now, I have someone here who went to one of our schools, Miss Spence here. She went in that classroom. She talked to those students, those 7-year-olds. She met the teacher in that classroom. Please, would you just share your experience there with us, please?
No, this is just your comment, Mr. Wright.
Well, I'll speak
So
for
we
her.
can do that in
I'll
another
speak for her
environment.
briefly.
And
I'll
you have-
speak for her.
You have
She
30
was impressed.
Okay, you have 30
So-
seconds, okay?
Okay, she was impressed. And she said she was amazed. And so I'm asking this board to allow us to come and spend 2 hours a week with one of your first graders, second graders, sixth graders, eighth graders, till Christmas. And if you're not completely convinced that what we are teaching our children is not productive, then it's okay. I will step out of sight and out of vision. I thank you again. Appreciate the extra time. And please consider that offer, okay? Thank you.
Mr. Wright, I just want to make one statement for clarity. Your comment was well received, of course, and I think probably where that would go, and I'm sure she's going to address it, is to it sounds like a curriculum or academic, kind of subject matter. So if you might forward your information to Superintendent Hirsch, so that perhaps if that's anything that the district is looking to do, that she would review it. I'm assuming, am I correct? Okay. And the next question is from Nella Marie Nemeth. And Nella, okay. And it says, is this a faith-based endeavor to proceed under wraps with pleas that will require an increase in property taxes, or have studies been conducted that, and I'll let you finish.
Okay, it feels like, to me, you should have done some sort of studies or consulted any type of graphs that indicate brick and mortar will increase grade scores, will raise the level of the student's education. That school that's next door, I remember going up in the 50s, you're still using it. My high school is 85 years old. They're still using it. They add on, they put on little units or annexes. You don't know the influx of population in the future. Outgoing is going to happen by virtue of our taxes being too high to be here. I'm a 2-property owner. I think I have a vested interest in telling you that I don't like the way you are purporting to pay for these schools without advising me. You can tell me anything, but don't hide it under the rug. No one has known about this other than Twitters here and there or letters in the newspaper. That's not the way to inform the people that are subsidizing your salaries.
Okay, and the final comment is from Mayor Covington. Says schools being built, I guess it's a question, why should UP TIF? And I'll let you finish the rest. Space services for it.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. I have a statement that I'd like to say here. People forget what you say, people forget what you do, but people do not forget how you make them feel. Me as the mayor of University Park, I have an open door policy. I have transparency and accountability. I was brought to my attention, and I would like to know about the school, and the school district know at all times they are welcome to come and talk to me. Mr. Brown has come, and Dr. Hall, but my residents are coming to me, and I don't want to be argumentative. I don't want to be compatible with anyone. I just want to be very clear. I agree with the lady said earlier. Let's just come together, make it clear. No one's trying to hide anything. I hope no one's trying to do anything wrong, but for argument's sake, University Park pays highest percentage of taxes for the school district. We're one of the highest ones, and our people are very upset. And I hear, like they said, Twitter, Facebook, someone brought to my attention. Let's just be open and be friendly with one another. Bring it out, talk about it, see if we can afford it. We don't want to be like Frankfurt, closing any schools. We want to make sure that it's affordable for everyone, because we're 1/3 as far as the value of homes. We have 300 homes in foreclosure. We can't afford another one. So we would like to see whatever you have in mind as far as expansions or more schools. Why don't everyone just come together, be transparent, because it's apparent that people are losing faith for whatever reason. And I don't think that's the case with me. I will have my accountant to come back here. As far as the TIF, we have 70 companies back there in University Park, and they do pay TIF money. TIF, to understand that, we're having an open session on transparency for my village, October 24th, and everyone here is welcome to come. And we will explain to you what TIF payments are. Those are incentives that we get to bring businesses in our industrial park area. And they do pay a percentage to the school district, and it's demanded. And I don't know what the budget said, but they've always paid it. So I'm kind of wondering what's going on and saying that we're not paying the TIF. It's a report that hadn't been done. I am restructuring the village as far as management, but anything that you would like to ask us as far as our TIF, I'd be glad to explain it to you. And at the next board meeting, I will have the statistics for you as far as that, because I want to put that bed to rest, because we're not stealing anything away from the school district, and they are paying their bills. So I apologize for any misinformation, but we want to know, like everyone else, let's just be clear about a new school being built, how it's being, what's happening, whatever. But please, no one's against the school board, I hope. We just want understanding. That sounds like everybody, that's all they want to do. So we can be clear with that. Okay, thank you very much.
Hold on one second. Mayor Covington, was that meeting October 24th? Is that what you said? What time? Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me see one. Yeah. Because I don't see June. I don't see June. August.
Okay, it looks as if we have came to the conclusion of our public comment or comments portions of this meeting. And no matter if we agree or disagree with those comments, the board really appreciate the public giving them the opportunity to share their concerns or whatever the case may be. That is correct.
If
If you did not put an email address on your public comment form, you could get with our the superintendent, either email them
Or phone number.
a phone number that should be readily available somewhere.
You said what?
Can we give out your personal phone number now? Oh. And the office phone number.
I would probably, just in having read them for the first time today, and I don't know if that's typical, but one of the things I heard Mr. Brown saying about the clarity, because I'm looking at the responses on the website with regard to the subsequent months. And I think, you know, a lot of comments were made about sneaky, underhanded. The expectation for that is that someone would answer. This form shows that somebody is assigned to answer that specific question. And okay. So I'm just saying it indicates that, for example, Ms. Davis, I put, and I don't know if, you know, if they will agree with me, but since you asked, where's the honesty? Why sneaky? Where's your responsibility? And so I could say, certainly we have, to speak to Mayor Covington, we had a community forum in University Park. And unfortunately, I will say to you, face-to-face, Mrs. Mayor Covington, it wasn't well attended, not any, any laxed on our part. We had a facilities advisory committee where people did come out and were able to offer their advice. Now, what I will concede is that our efforts perhaps in getting, because what I'm seeing now is more individuals who don't necessarily have students in the school district, and that has been a problem, in my opinion, because more people pay taxes than just the people whose kids attend the school. But that's not sneaky, and that's not our effort to keep you out of the process. I was in a policy meeting with one of my colleagues the other day, and I said, and we are working on that, getting a newsletter out to Joe and Susan, for lack of a better term, whose kids don't actually attend the school district. But I don't know how you're going to get, and maybe Superintendent Cunningham and Dr. Williams will be able to share, of course, perhaps the meeting dates when you reference there was no communication at all. We didn't come to this or any discussions outside of the public. But for now, I'm sorry, Mr. Davish, you said, what is TIF? I fully expect that Dr. Williams will be responding to that. But all of these public comments are given to Superintendent Cunningham. They are dispersed to the members of his cabinet who are responsible for that content area. And so you should be receiving a response within 14 days. Now, again, I operate how I operate. If I don't get a response and you promise me one in 14 days, I'm going to be on the phone calling you up and demanding it. And I suggest you do the same thing. But this is we put this forward as a board for the explicit result of transparency, not so that we can just collect these papers and continue to have you to concede that we're doing something sneaky. So that's with that. But I was going to just say to you too, a lot of, I think it was you, Mrs. Burnham, when Mr. Brown said, let's go with put everything down that you want to talk about, mostly because when he does respond back to you or whomever responds back to you, that's allocated to a specific person. And I think you asked, for example, a question on a board member. So really, Mr. Cunningham would have to contact Mr. Anderson and or President Hall about this board member's attendance or whatever. But if you don't put that here, I can tell you right now, the only question that's going to be answered and is to be responded is the one that you listed on the paper. So I encourage everyone, whatever it is you want to ask, if it's within the 2 minutes and it's not, from my understanding with this policy, it's not redundant, put it down so that it will be responded. Because based on what I'm looking at here, there are 1, 2, 3, 1 questions. Those questions are answered. and that's it. But I'm sure if it was anything like what I'm looking at, there are several questions and you have several comments. They're not going to be answered, not because someone doesn't want to answer them or they're being sneaky. It's what they have to go by. So that's just it.
Respect, I've been coming here for 20 months and I've never gotten one email. Never one. Never one.
Is that?
From anything I've ever asked, presented.
Now I'm looking at responses and I've seen responses that you've received, but that you bring a point. That's, you made me specifically encourage the superintendent because you hear that a lot. People saying they're not getting responses. And I don't just want you to get a response. I want everybody to get the same response that you got so we can stop this continual, I didn't get my answer. I didn't get my answer. Because you don't have a question that just you have the question to. Lots of people have the question. So we're not against that. And Superintendent Cunningham, I implore you to make sure that next month, those questions that were captured by Mrs. Tobin is listed there, and that on the 14th, Jay, just like a FOIA, that they are sent to the individuals, and that the board members are copied on every board member is copied on the response.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to add a little bit to this too. Take a minute here for a little over 2 years, I've been sitting on this board, and for a little over 2 years, I've been encouraging my colleagues, the ones past, and we have some new people now, that we should be meeting with you in an open forum at least quarterly as a minimum, and you can ask any of the questions you want to ask. We did a forum in University Park. It was orchestrated. The questions were predetermined, and I think it turned the public off. You need to be able to ask the question you want to ask. We'll give you the best answer we can give you. If we can't get you the answer, we will get you the answer, but we need to keep communicating with you, and I would highly agree with it. This particular system of coming up and standing in front of and making a statement and not getting an answer, in my opinion, is horrible. It shouldn't be that way. You should be able to ask a question and get an answer. Okay? I don't have the votes here to change it. I would love to change the system because it stinks. You should be able to get a couple of honest answers, and if we don't know, you simply say I don't know, because I'll be the first one to tell you there's a whole lot I don't know. But if I do know something, I'll answer your question. It's, you know, I understand it's a business meeting, but if we're going to stick to this model of it's a business meeting and we're not going to answer your question, then by God, we need to have these forums and be able to sit and talk with you. You elected us, you pay the bills, your children and grandchildren are going to these schools. If you got questions, we need to be responsible and accountable to you. That's my feeling.
And I will add to that, not only do we need to answer questions, we need to answer our questions with facts and not lies. And as far as the forum, you said the questions were predetermined. No, they were pre-submitted. So I don't want anybody to think that we determine questions. No, they were pre-submitted. The public had an opportunity to go online. We okay? Juan? Okay. To go online and submit those questions. As board members,
And then the questions were edited and selected.
No, they were not.
Yes, they were.
No, they were not.
Not all questions were answered.
No,
Yes,
they were not. They were not edited. No one edited questions.
We picked the questions that we were going to answer, and we didn't, the others we didn't answer. Not all questions were answered.
The questions that were submitted, the only question that I know of that was not answered was one that called board members' names. No, we're not going to allow someone to come up and that wasn't the purpose of the forum. So, Mr. Teray, for you to sit here and try to make it seem like this board has done something that it did not do, I'm going to speak against that because we continue to have information put out in the public that is not true. And me as a board member, when I'm approached by someone in the public, I encourage them to come to the board meetings. We all know, as being community members, there's hearsay all the time. There's things said all the time. There's things on Facebook said all the time. Information, my emails were posted on Facebook without my knowledge, which is fine. I'm a public official. But to insinuate there's underhandedness on the side of this board, that is not true. What's being underhanded is putting out lies that are not, information that is not true. This board has suffered at that. We have continuously tried to work together, unify. You choose to go a different route, and that's your opinion and that's your way. But what I'm gonna sit here and say to everyone here, I support putting out the truth. There's nothing to hide. Mostly everything that we do is foiable. Being transparent is what we have to do. If you want information, you can request it. People are saying they didn't get emails. That's not true. That is not true at all. It is not true. I will say it continuously because it's not. But what I will say is, I will reiterate what Mr. Sanders said. We will hold this administration accountable. Mr. Cunningham, even me as president, I'm saying to you, we need to answer these questions. Mrs. Sanders outlined the process. If you are not getting your answers, come back. Send us an email. There's no reason why people should not be getting the information that they're requesting. That's just, it's unacceptable. We put a system in place, we need to follow it. And that's the bottom line. And I know that it's being done correctly on our end and on Terry's end as the secretary. We need to get the information out, because when we don't do what we say, that's when the rumors start, and we have not held up our end of the bargain. But I just wanted to be clear on that. It is to be clear that we are about getting the correct information out. And Facebook, in my opinion, is not the place to do it. It really isn't.
I want to, before, hold on a second, Mayor Covington, give me 1 second. With regards to University Park, and Mike, this is the problem. We do not have to agree. We can definitely agree to disagree, but it's wrong to tell a lie. Last year, we formed a community, a board, community, each of us decided to be representatives. That was you and me. We came up with the community cafes. Please don't tell the public to try to have yourself escalated above anybody else. You decided not to attend workshops where we come together, and if you have an idea or a suggestion or you don't like something, you can come there and say it. You decided not to come. 6 members of your board, your colleagues, decided, because I don't personally like the idea of not responding to you, quite frankly. It's insulting at some of the accusations that people make. But again, 6 members, and they can say to you, those who were there, and there are some members who are no longer here, that there was an agreement that we would do like most boards. And if anybody cares to go to other board meetings, and I have, other school district meetings, they say nothing. Why that is, I don't know. And I would also say that there is perhaps some credence to it. In other words, some of the things that you guys asked tonight, you need to go we need to go and make sure we have the information. I know we had meetings. What date was it on? As far as being sneaky, we need to be able to clearly answer that, to sit here. And of course, it's going to prolong the meeting. Mike, you spoke to orchestration. We worked hard with Natalie Nash, the communications director, to do 2 things. Make sure that the meeting time span was appropriate and that we captured the audience. I also was there and remember people sent in comments and refused to come forward and ask their own question. So I question the individuals who, and I'm looking at a few people who clearly gave questions, and then the question, because it was a little sensitive, decided not to come forward and ask the question. So if we really want to get to the roots and the foundation of our issues, our questions, we should, again, I'm not against any forums. Mr. Teray is not the only person that discuss and wants forums. If you want a forum, Mrs. Galbraith and I just spoke about it again in the policy meeting as of last week. That's not something that we're against. But please don't say that we have not had discussions. I looked back when it was brought to our attention last month. We had a survey for facilities advisory. There are 1,600 students in the high school. This district at large is huge. And I want to say we had 123 people that took time to put their thoughts into the submission of your thoughts about the facilities advisory. So to me, again, it's you know, I respect everyone's opinion to give their thoughts to us, and we appreciate them, as Mr. Brown indicated, but we're not at fault. We have made strides, we have made efforts. I have sat here before I became a member. These things that we have done were never done before. So give us credit where credit is due. We're not perfect, but again, as I say to you, for those who said I have given questions, I'm looking at the questions. It's in public meetings. There's public comment response. If yours is not there and you know that you've given it, but we have a process in place for just what you're saying because we heard you. You said, we're sneaky, we're not answering your questions. And again, not to pick you out, Mrs. Burnham, but you're right. You have been, now I personally will say to you out loud because you're abusive in your emails to me, so I don't respond to you, and I won't, okay? But the superintendent and the staff, I've seen the emails that they have responded to you. We're gonna agree to disagree, but I won't allow you to send me an email and be abusive to me, ever. I won't allow you to send a text message to me and be abusive to me, ever. I didn't sign up for that, and I don't think anybody else did. So at least at this point, we definitely know that we have every intention. If you have not gotten a response, I would really like to see anybody who has stepped here tonight with their name and their comment from last month not documented. We need to hear about it because this is getting, it's not fair. It's wrong.
I think, Kim,
Okay,
I think what,
just for the sake.
I think it's pretty evident to everybody out there that's listening to this that there's a lot of confusion, there's anger, there's misinformation, etc. It's time that we sit down with you as community members, I believe, and talk about what's on your mind and explain to you exactly what's going on so that you understand it completely, because I don't even understand it completely. I'm trying to look up regulations, and I've got an attorney sitting next to me that's going to talk about this tonight. And the words out there, life safety code. I'm looking up life safety code under the federal statutes, and he's just telling me, oh no, this is under school code. This is a whole different life safety statute. Well, yeah, nobody said anything about it's an Illinois statute to me before, so I'm looking under federal. This is the type of confusion, okay? It's not, we're not clear with things, and I think we need to sit down with you folks and explain what we're doing, how we're doing it. The school issue that's about your taxes needs to be explained on what are the possibilities and how it's going to work. And do it again, because obviously there's people that are confused about it. And we need to do it. That's how I feel about it.
Okay.
No, the form was not on your village board meeting night. No, it wasn't. We were in your facility, utilizing your facility. We only had one in University Park. That's the one I was referring to.
Okay. Went a little different direction, but that's okay. Sometimes change is good if it's positive. But I do want to give two of our new board members an opportunity, if they so choose, to speak on this issue. Ms. Gasparo, followed by Ms. Galbert.
I agree. I think there needs to be some more communication. As a new board member, it will help me too. And I know I definitely have more opportunity to ask questions because I am a board member. But I'm elected by the public, and I think that we need to come together.
Okay. Janine, would you like to say something?
I agree. I've been asking for community cafe or something since I took office 90 days ago. I'm just as confused as the public is. I'm not a financial wizard. I don't understand numbers. I can balance my checkbook. That's about it. But I feel that we do need to get out there and just get the pulse of the community and listen to them. Thank you.
Okay. And I would just like to add.
Now, one for clarity,
I'll
Ms.
just-
Galbraith, who have you been asking for a forum? No, I'm asking who were you asking? Someone specifically?
I've been talking to Natalie Nash since the day after I took office about getting community cafe started, getting communication, some sort of newsletter, something going. I've been meeting with Natalie since May 6th, the day after I took office, on and off.
I came to that meeting late. I didn't know that there was a request for a meeting, because the request for a meeting should go through the board and the board president. We have been talking about different ways that we're going to get information out to the public, including a newsletter from the district. You and I had talked about that. You, I, and Board Member Sanders had a specific conversation about that. We will get that information out. Not really aware of a community cafe setup.
It wasn't actually a meeting. She told me to come on and she'd tell me what was going on. And then I said, these are my ideas. We need to get going with the community. We need to meet with them. She was explaining to me what her job was, and I was saying to her, this is what I would like to see. And so that's been an ongoing conversation with her.
Okay, because the reason I asked is, and I'll encourage you as a new board member, if it's something that you want the board to do, to bring it to the entire board, because I had no knowledge that you have been requesting that. So again, if it's something that involves the entire board, we all need to be discussing it and making decisions about it. Thank you.
Okay. That was our extended version of public comments. Okay, so clear the air.
Real quick question. Is there any possible way, you're not on Zoom. I am, believe it or not, but it's low. Okay. So I'm just sitting here. Is there any possible way, we're sitting here, we're not opposed to it. So what's our schedule? Is that a possibility to sit here right now? They can go home with the knowledge of a forum. I'm not opposed to it.
I think we're not following our agenda.
I understand it.
And so I think we have to, per Robert's rule.
Actually, we normally discuss dates in the new business part of our board meeting. So that's later on in the board meeting. We can definitely do that then.
Okay, so can you guys just really quickly? Thank you, Dr. Hall.
What are we trying to do here?
Establish a date, and let's just do 3 dates so that we can, I know you guys might not be able to, when we get to new business? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So if you guys don't stay because that's further down in the agenda, can we get someone to post the tentative dates?
Yes, ma'am. I'll make sure that they're posted on the website.
And make sure, Superintendent, for the plans that we have that was approved by the entire board, almost a year ago to move forward with the master facility plan. And the plan, for all practical purposes, was driven by the community that came to multiple meetings from October of 2013 to December of 2013, that somehow is put on the website. I can share with you that information if you do not have it.
I believe we still have that from the healing vendor files, but I will check in with you to make sure that we can get it all posted.
Okay. And October of 2013,
Was the start.
when we started our community forums based on a feasibility study, gathering information, getting information from the community, including teachers, people from all parts of the community. We had multiple meetings open to the public, which came up at the end of the day and said, this is how we want our community to look like. And that's what's driving this master plan.
And not just that, there was a community, Mr.
What was the question?
Who made the
Mr. Taylor.
presentation?
It was multiple presentations by Healy Bender, by a former business manager. Matter of fact, I excluded myself from that process as the finance chair because I didn't want to be biased. And I believe Mr. Teray did not approve doing a feasibility study, but he was at multiple meetings saying, build a school for Crete. We want a new school for Crete. And those are captured. And Mr. Teray, you can correct me if I'm wrong. That was publicized in the website.
What'd he say?
Do you have to have them?
Probably, I don't know. It was publicized to the public.
It was. This was prior to
That
him.
was after. That's when the board approved it in October of 2014. The entire board, excluding the two new members that we have here, including Mr. Teray, approved it. It was a 7-0 vote, to the best of my memory, to move forward with the master plan that was pretty much driven by the public, including teachers and administrators and so on and so forth.
Would you mind if I spoke on that real quick?
We had roundtable discussions. Mayor Einhorn was there. I believe Mayor Farquhar was there.
Trustees was there.
Different people were there. It wasn't very well attended, in my opinion. But also, this is also a culmination of a previous study that was done when we built the new high school. There was a facilities committee then, and I was approached by one of the members of that committee and asked if they could even submit their information that they had come up with when they did the research back then. And it was pretty much the same conclusion that we would need this newer school. So we can definitely get you all the information you requested. Thank you. Ms. Wilson, I think you're putting two different things together. We held a forum that was not about a new school, and it was in May of 2014. So, no, but I understand what you're saying. I don't remember exactly the time of the forum, As far as the timing, I believe it was our regular time, I believe like 6:30. So we do take that into consideration. So I think there was a little confusion with that.
There is no bond to be submitted to the state by any votes tonight or anything else. That would be out for the community first. Yes.
To inform.
Once a decision is made about bonds or any other items that come up, we will inform the community about where we're going. I mean, for instance, tonight, the Board of Education is going to adopt a tentative budget, and then we are also going to have an open public hearing of that for next month. That's the spending and how we'll do the spending for the entire year. That information has to be provided to the public before we can go forward with it. We're not hiding anything. We will not hide anything. We will have discussions about different ways that we can finance the project that we're interested in. The FMP, the Facilities Master Plan, was here and was being built before I got here. I took all of the information that was gathered, I built it into a full plan, and I presented it to the Board of Education and the public here in October to make sure they understood where we would go based on the data that was provided for me by Healy Bender and by the public information. This is not something that came out new. We don't, these things take a lot of time. And we will continue to work to make sure that we inform the public as we go forward. The information that a bond is going out tonight, that's misinformation. We do have a discussion about items for I think a safety study. What's the specific? Life safety facility assessment. But that is not a bond or anything like spending money tonight. There is nothing on for a bond or spending of money like that for a school tonight. The discussion tonight that we will have will be about the budget.
Okay, great. I want to add something to that. See, we're all speaking here. What's going to happen tonight is there's been a new list, and you tell me, Dr. Williams, if I'm wrong, okay? There's a new list of life safety items that have been identified by our new architectural firm. It's added about, what, $14 to $17 million more items than what Healy Bender identified. And Healy Bender called it, they used a different terminology. And if it's my correct understanding, what will be voted on tonight is whether or not to submit this list to Illinois State Board of Education, then they'll be categorized or labeled life safety items. It's about, if I can get to the bottom of this thing, $20 million, $19 million. What's it say in the little letter down here?
I would prefer if we started going through that so that it would make sense to the public and to all of us, that we would be in order about it, because I will let her discuss the facility master plan and an oral report that talks about that and how we go forward. Going these pieces, we may confuse the public even more. If you'll wait, it will be explained.
Well,
okay.
What do you mean it'll be explained? Tonight? You're going to explain it?
You were going to talk about we have to talk about both of those items that you spoke of. They're both on the agenda. I just felt like if we have them in order, it will make more sense to the public, including I think we have a handout for the public too.
Right. Well, just so they know, it's the last item up, so it's going to be late.
Not the discussion. Okay. That sounds like we already had our board updates, right?
No.
All right. Do we have any board updates? Thank you.
I do want to inform the board that I had, before Natalie went on leave, a discussion with her regarding our Night of Leadership in November. We've done 2. This will be our 3rd one. So I just wanted to let you all know that information will be forthcoming about that for the public, those who do not know, and the board members. We decided a couple of years ago, Illinois recognizes school board members in the third week, I believe it is, in November. And so we decided, instead of making the night about us, to invite our student council members to the board meeting. So we do a program before our board meeting, and we invite our student council, all of our student council members throughout the district, as well as their student council sponsors, come out. Our students come, they dress up. We invite all of our local officials. We have a guest speaker, and it's a beautiful time to spend with our children, and they get to ask us questions about leadership. And I believe the first year we had about 150. I think last year was over 300 people that attended it. So just want to let you guys know.
Okay, excellent. And Nate, I will actually suggest to you, moving forward, we have a slot for the good news, the good reports, or whatever you call it. Is that the good news? We typically
Yes.
have that. Could you kind of make sure that we have at least one of those every meeting right after public comments?
You had one today, don't you?
I do have one.
Do we? Or is that?
Yes, we do. It's not on.
It's not on here?
It's not on.
But we do have one?
We do have one.
Well, we're gonna slide that in here.
I was hoping to slide that in as soon as we stopped with the board updates. We kind of went, yeah, out of order.
Okay.
Because it was supposed to come right after public comments, and we made lots of comments after that. We do have people here.
So we want to try to get that in right now?
I'd love to.
Okay. All right, so good
Part of both
good
of them.
news. I'm not sure what the topic is.
Dr. Harden, would you come front and center, sir? And,
Oh,
and
yeah.
bring up
he's
your
a-
people?
He can liven up this place here. Go ahead, Doc. Do your thing. Do we need to sit down somewhere?
No, sir. No, sir. Hey, that
There,
microphone's
that's
a
what
little
I'm
louder than I
talking
thought
about.
it would be. Mr. Cunningham, Board of Education, and Crete Monee family. It's a pleasure to be before you. As I say all the time, I must be the luckiest man on earth because I am the principal of Crete Monee High School. I have 1,650 something kids that come here and do a beautiful job on a daily basis. And I am super excited to go to bed tonight. Tonight's like Christmas Eve to me. I'll wake up, I will come, and there will be 1,700 gifts walking around this building. So it's an honor. I want to share with you all a couple of things. One is a sentence from one of my favorite books, and it says, if all the people of a community come together saying the same thing and working together, then all things are possible to them. I truly believe that. And that's something that I have told my staff, my students, and the faculty here and all the auxiliary folk here as much as I can. I am honored to be here tonight because there are some individuals that have worked very hard to come together to walk the walk and talk the talk and canvass the neighborhoods. Now, let me say this. Sure, I want to talk, I want to honor those folks tonight from the PTO, but this school does not run without the efforts of lots of people, be it sports boosters or prom committees, PTOs, band boosters. I personally thank all of you for everything you do to make the students of this school successful. So I applaud the community for working together to make Crete Monee High School successful. And we will continue to do that together. With that said, tonight, I really want to acknowledge a few people that have assisted me in walking the walk. Every now and then I wake up and I have these crazy ideas, and sometimes I just go with it. One morning a few months ago, I woke up and said, you know what? I'm tired of hearing about parents that will not come into the building. Rather than waiting for them to come, I want to just reach out to the administrators and my parent-teacher organization and hit the neighborhoods. I was fortunate that we were joined. The administration pretty much had to do it because I told them to, the building administration, but then the PTO joined in as well, and we canvassed 4 communities very well, knocking on the doors of approximately 200 of our 439 freshmen. We knocked on the doors and we greeted them person to person, and we just shared a little bit of information and shared a little bit of love. With that said, can I have just a few people come forward? Mr. Ware, the PTO president, please come forward and be recognized by the board and the community. And Ms. Walls, the treasurer for the PTO, please come forward and be recognized as well. in front of Mr. Cunningham, the board, and the community, ma'am, sir, I really, really appreciate all that you do. Together, we're going to continue to move Crete Monee High School in the direction that it needs to go. We will have an average of a 21 ACT by the end of the school year. We will raise the funds to make sure every desire that we want for our students are taken care of, be it ACT tutoring or simply making some simple updates or putting technology in the hands of students. And with all of the support, including the PTO, we're going to make that thing happen, and we're going to do it fast. Thank you so much. And if I can give just the microphone to the PTO president for 10 seconds for just a quick comment.
Please do, and don't hesitate. She could talk too if she has something else, because we appreciate everything that you guys are doing.
I am just honored to be able to work with our students, parents, teachers, administration at Crete Monee High School. I do have a son that attends the high school, but outside of that, just to be a parent that's involved in the community, to be able to come out and just share my knowledge and whatever I can offer to our students, parents, like I say, the teachers, administration, and to the proud principal of Crete Monee High School, Dr. Harden. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marla Walls Harvey Sachs, just for the record. I always get that question, like, what's your real name? Well, that's my name. But I also want to thank the parents and the staff that went out, and we walked door to door, knocking on doors. We had a package, we put packages together to submit to the incoming freshmen and their parents. We met grandparents, uncles, aunts. We were greeted with a lot of love because they understood that we're not just getting a body in this school, you're getting people that care about you, and we wanted everyone to know that this is not about just getting in the school, but somebody cares, and the door is open. We have parents that you can talk to besides your own. We have staff, school board members, and everybody that's working together to make this school a successful high school. So I'm looking forward for my new job here. Thanks. Voluntarily.
I also want to add that our next PTO meeting will be September 11th, Friday at 6 p.m. in the Guidance Center here at the high school. We would invite any parent that wants to be involved to come out with positive ideas on what we can do better to just enhance the school here at Crete Monee High School. And even if it expands throughout the district, we're more than happy to do that. Thank you.
Dr. Harden, I'm not going to let you get away.
Yes, sir.
Because not all the hard work that was done there, I think we saw the fruits of that effort in the last 2 days. If you wouldn't mind giving a little short report to the Board of Education about your freshman orientation that you guys started out and how well it went.
Yes, sir. Last night we had freshman orientation in this exact room. There was standing room only. There were people standing in the aisles, and I know of at least 70 to 100 people that could not get in who had to stand outside. We had approximately 94% of all freshman students come out, or the parents of 94%, representing 94% of our freshman body come out last night. And of those parents, as honest as I can be, it seemed like every step, every corner, there was a parent that said, hey, somebody came to my house. Like I said, we hit, I think it was like 44% of our freshmen, we actually were able to knock on the doors and to welcome them in. So I believe that we were successful in our endeavor, and I know that we will do it forever. That's something that we're going to steamroll into the fabric of Crete Monee High School. We saw similar success today. We had our freshman ignition program where we had some of our older students, juniors and seniors, come in and volunteer their time to mentor some of our freshmen, all of our freshmen. And this morning we saw as well over 90% of our freshman class come in today, and it wasn't even a school day. They came in, they got here at 7, they left at about 2:15. The day was perfect, it was amazing, and students learned, and tomorrow's gonna be even more amazing when all 1,650 some of them are right here in this building.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Did the Board of Education have any questions before he ran off?
comment?
I mean, he was gone.
Yeah, I do have one question.
Yes, sir.
Did you actually have your Superman cape on when you did the walk?
No,
through the
sir, it was
neighborhoods?
underneath. I didn't want to have to,
But
cape up.
that's excellent. Kudos to those parents, all those volunteers. It's just a breath of fresh air to hear things like that, that there are some good things going on within the community. And, you got to take the good with the bad, but keep doing what you're doing. You're going to keep getting what you're getting. Good
Yes, sir.
results. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to say also that on opening day, when I did my speech, I kind of touched on going back to that place that brought us all to education and why we decided to sign up for whatever role it is. And when I heard that you had gone door to door, it just reminded me of those olden days where your teacher would come to your house and knock on your door and talk to your parent. We're in a society now that is, all about technology and a lot of things going on. We're all so busy, but the fact that you all took the time to actually walk and connect with families, I'm sure they were very surprised. And sometimes that effort is just that touch that will, make families feel like you are really concerned about them. So hats off to you and all of the parents and teachers that went along with you. Also, while you have the floor, you might want to tell everyone about your event on Friday.
Absolutely. I didn't want to use this as a bully pulpit, but I will if you let me. So this Friday, we're going to have our inaugural Warriors Parade of Champions. What is that? I'm glad you asked. What we're going to do is this Friday at 6 o'clock, we're going to turn on those bright lights to the football stadium, and we are going to invite, or we have already invited, all of the communities that 201U serves. We have letters going home with students at the elementaries. Letters will be distributed in their take-home packets, the things that they take home. And this is what we're going to do. At 6 o'clock, we're going to have lots of fun. We'll have potato sack races. We'll have face painting. We will have cotton candy and hot dogs and snow cones and those kinds of things. We'll have relay races for the kids. We're just going to invite everyone to come in to our football stadium, and we're just going to run around and have a good time. At 7 o'clock, the band will start playing, and they're going to march in from the side gate, and behind the band, in no particular order, will be the golf team, the tennis team, the football team, the student council, the cheerleaders, and all of our fall activities. The band will play, and we will parade. All of our champions of Crete Monee High School will parade all the way around the track, and we're just going to have a good time together. We'll play a little music. We'll do a little dancing. I heard that there will be a minion there. I don't know what a minion is, but I heard one of them will even be there, and we're going to have a good time Friday night from 6 to 8. I encourage all of you, whether you have children, grandchildren, or what have you, just come on out and participate in the fun. Let's do this thing together. Yes, sir. Sir, I too am a community member. I educate children. I don't have feelings anything beyond the 1,700 kids that'll show up here tomorrow. I'm going to do everything I can to provide them the best education, because I know when we educate a community, the community raises together. If we raise the tide, all boats will rise together. So that's my role and goal, sir. I don't do anything beyond educating children.
Thank you, Doc. All right, Doc.
And with that, I'm going to, if I may, I'm going to excuse myself. I'm sorry, sir.
Laura, look like you have a comment. No, I'm just kidding, Laura.
I think we got a few more board members that have a comment.
Jennifer, I'm sorry. Jennifer.
I'm really excited about Friday, but I want to know if there's a certain principal's wife that's going to be making the snow cones, because she makes really awesome snow cones.
No, ma'am. Unless there's a different principal whose wife is going to make snow cones. I know somebody's wife did it at Monee Elementary. And a principal even served snow cones at Monee Elementary. But
And I'm going to bring up the F word here, Facebook. I wanted to I've already talked to Dr. Hart about this, but when he started doing the door-to-door, that's how I heard about it. And I wanted everybody to know what wonderful feedback there was on the community forums about him going door-to-door and introducing himself and the rest of the staff and the PTO. And I think that was fabulous. And like I said, I've already talked to Dr. Hart about that, and way to go. And congratulations to starting up the PTO again. I know that's not easy. I, along with Dr. Hall, started the ELC PTO, and it's a lot of work, and congratulations.
thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you, ma'am.
Kim?
Ooh, all right. Again, as my colleagues have said, kudos to you. Huge supporter of us not just saying we can't get parents to get involved. It is important to meet them right where they are. And if they're at home and you've got to go to their houses, then that's what we have to do. So I appreciate the by any means necessary action that you took along with your staff and the parents. I was here last night and saw I think it was about 98%, I don't know your stats, but the room was busting open with parents. And what I saw, you would never believe, is a lot of parents. I saw them running up to you saying, you came to my house. And that was just really touched my heart, because again, if a kid can come here tomorrow and relate to a person that stepped to their house, then they can have and form a relationship and a good bond throughout the rest of the year. They know that there's a person and or persons, be it in the form of their teachers, parents, or mentors, who actually do care about their experiences and their success. So I sincerely congratulate you. I don't think I've heard about it. I was in another board meeting for something else, and I shared it at another school district. I didn't mean to, but because they're going to try to steal the idea. But if more, it doesn't matter, because I said when you have something that good going on, and if somebody else steals it, we haven't lost, we've gained, because we're the leaders in that charge. So congratulations again for an excellent job. And again, your command of the freshman class on last night. When we walked out of here, one of the students shared with me, I said, what did you learn from what that guy was saying? And just, I can ask people in the blue shirt, I guess the ignition young people. He didn't wear a Superman cape. He just stripped out of his jacket. Everybody was terrified that he would start flying. But kudos to you and your efforts to form a commitment in meeting parents and the students right where they are. So good job.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes. I challenge you to get to that 21, okay?
We're going to hit that.
All right?
Yes, sir.
Because when my son graduated, my youngest baby in 2001, the average ACT was 20.4. So we haven't come a long way, so do it.
Get there. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I too would like to say kudos. As you know, we're in pretty constant contact these days about different things. And I was here yesterday for the teacher, but I didn't make the evening session. I apologize. But I was here during the day walking the halls. And it was amazing what I saw today. I was able to see them getting comfortable in their surroundings, feeling good about themselves. And when they left at 2:15, other than a slight little miscommunication on one thing, I think everything went really, really well. Thank you very much for making sure that happened. Again, Jennifer and I both got the Facebook emails about the wonderful job of you going out to the homes, making them know what's going on, giving them the package. That was an excellent, excellent move by you. Thank you very much for that. And I too want to go after that ACT score. So the challenge is on.
It's my pleasure. We're going to get there.
Thank you. Any more comments? Thank you, Dr. Harden. We appreciate your rigor and hard work. All righty, next up, we have administrative updates. We have our superintendent, followed by curriculum assistant superintendent updates. Laura Hurts.
I'm going to pass this off to our Assistant Superintendent of Business, who has handouts for the public that we'll put down there for them to take a look at. We do have handouts? Yes?
Yes, the
Okay.
handouts were distributed.
Okay. You look like, oh gosh. If you go ahead and go over that and give us a quick oral update of where we are with the Facilities Master Plan update, please.
Okay, good evening. Included in your packet is an update on the facility master plan. That update was distributed to our audience today. To highlight a few points from that document, district administrators, along with members of the Board of Education and Finance Committee, continue to work closely with the district's bond counsel. Can you hear me okay? Okay. With the district's bond consultant, underwriter, and legal counsel on financing for the facilities master plan. As part of that process, the architectural firm analyzed the district's most recent facility assessment, which did include life safety expenses. The updated assessment is included in the board packet and will be sent to the Illinois State Board of Education for after board approval. I'm pleased to report that the middle school addition is well underway. The architect is finalizing the construction documents, and we plan to go out to bid early next month. Construction of the addition is anticipated to begin in October and will consist of 8 standard classrooms, as well as several specialized spaces associated with the international baccalaureate programming that is required. The cost of construction is estimated at $11.8 million, which is in line with prior estimates received from the previous architect. The anticipated total cost for the project is $14.9 million, which includes construction, fees, engineering and architectural services, and contingencies. Several financing options are being considered at this time to fund the aforementioned project. If the State Board of Education approves the ability to utilize life safety bonds as part of the plan, the amount of alternate lease certificates needed would be lowered and expenses would be reduced appropriately. While we await that decision, district administration will continue to meet with village leaders and other constituents regarding the facility master plan and the potential to finance projects associated with that plan. In addition, we will continue to provide updates at finance committee meetings and board meetings. If you have questions regarding this, I would direct you to contact the superintendent or myself at the business office.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
One thing I would add, we've met with the mayor of Crete and had some discussion. We'll continue discussions. My secretary is currently out looking for dates for the rest of the municipalities to make sure we have a sit down and a discussion with all of them as we move forward with the facility master plan.
Okay. Laura, any questions, board members?
I would just like Dr. Williams to explain to the public. We talked about way back when we were talking between 9.5 and 11 point something million for the extension on the middle school, and why it's up to 14.9, and of course that this is not. We obviously know it's not in concrete, but can you explain where the additional couple of $1 million came from and what our original architects gave us? Was an incomplete product? Would you explain that like you explained it to me when we had our discussion?
No problem, Mr. Teray. The original estimate that was provided by the previous architect was $11 million. That estimate was for construction cost and did not address the baccalaureate. I don't like saying that word. International baccalaureate programming requirements. The estimated construction construction costs currently are in line with that estimate at $11.8 million. Where the cost escalates is when you look at the full picture, you look at engineering expenses, you look at architectural fees, you look at contingencies, you look at soil surveys and things of that nature. I like to look at the full picture, so I didn't want to just report the 11.8 million construction costs. I wanted to report the total cost for the project, and that's how we come to the 14.9 million.
I'd just like you to, if you would, make it clear that when we got the initial estimate, this baccalaureate program was not in play. This is something new.
The International Baccalaureate Program at the middle school was approved by the Board of Education in October as part of the facility master plan. I don't know what was presented by the previous architect because I was not with the district at that time.
To my knowledge, it wasn't. We didn't even discuss this prior to that. So that additional cost is something new.
You mean moving it to the middle school? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
making the middle school a baccalaureate program 2 years ago when we started having the discussion about this. I don't remember that at all.
No.
That wasn't part of it, correct? No. It was not. Okay, just so we know.
Your mic's not on.
She's on, but it's not.
See the light? Don, thank you. You're correct. That part was not a part of the original planning when Mr. Cunningham came aboard. This was a part of his additions to the facility plan that we had already created. And I don't know as far as in the future, because we've talked about expanding it to the high school. At our last board retreat, Mr. Teray said that he'd like to see it at all the schools, which is something that we've been asking for as well. So when Mr. Cunningham came in as the new administrator, he agreed, and we are starting with the sixth graders at the, 6th through 8 at the middle school.
And one other thing I'd like Dr. Williams to, this 14.9, if it goes to that, or how much, we will have enough cash on hand to pay for this cash, correct? Is that the plan, to pay for this entire building, this extension in cash?
I'll kind of jump in between. Right now, the plan is not finalized. That is something that would be coming to the board. If the board decided to pay for it cash only, they do have the cash. That is my understanding. From the capital development funds.
Yeah, because my understanding in the beginning, that's how we were going to do it. We were going to pay out of that 21, we had 21 or 22 million. We did buy some boilers and stuff. We spent about $1 million. And we were going to take that 11 million out of the 21 or 20 we had left, pay for this extension, and keep that 9 million in reserve. That was my understanding. Am I incorrect on that, Mr. Brown?
Well, the understanding also was that we had all board members agree to move forward with the facility plan. And the discussion was to use capital development funds to address the first thing on that master plan, which was the addition to the middle school using capital development funds. That is a correct statement.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Laura, you're up.
Okay. My first report tonight is on a Education Committee reporting schedule. When the Education Committee met earlier this month, we took a look at a schedule for reporting assessment data. As you know, all districts and all departments within our district look at a variety of data. So we have data from HR, from business. We also have data from the curriculum office. The curriculum office has data beyond just our state test score data, which is something that we typically present, the state test score data, in the fall. But we do have a lot of other key indicators that we look at over the course of the year, such as our local assessment data, NWEA MAP, STEP and Font-to-Pinel reading assessment data, our Explore and Plan data that we give as a benchmark assessment for our middle school and high school students. We also review our grade distributions for grades 7 to 12. We look at promotion and retention rates, graduation rates, student attendance, various program data, and survey information that we get from our parents. All of those indicators are used for both the district and the school improvement efforts. So in response to that, we decided that we should set up a reporting calendar for the Education Committee, and ultimately what then would be brought to our board meetings to look at some of this other data besides the state test score data. So what I have included in your packet is a schedule. It starts in September, and we will look at various other indicators of academic achievement in addition to some academic reports throughout the course of the year. And then at those Education Committee meetings, we'll make a decision as to what then will be brought to the board meeting that month. So it sets us up for a nice reporting cycle, and it also helps give our parents and our community information about other indicators besides just ACT. And even though Dr. Harden, I'm very in support of his efforts here to get to a 21, we are working hard at that. But also, when we get our park data, that would be our other piece of state test data. So we want to look at a more complete picture, and this reporting schedule should help us do that.
Okay, any questions for Laura?
I would just like to say thank you. This is very helpful and very easy for us to make sure that we're on track, that we're keeping records the way we're supposed to keep records. If we have an issue, we know about it immediately. So thank you for this information.
You're welcome.
This includes all the changes that we talked about at our meeting?
Correct. It does.
Again, kudos. I think I said last year, and every single time we come back from a conference, it's the requirement of the members to seek out the data. You know, we make decisions based on the data that you guys provide. You know, not always do we agree with your recommendations because it may not be in the budget or may not be feasible for us to do it. So this definitely speaks to a consistent request that we've had to be able to have a concrete data that solidifies exactly what it is we're doing, why we're spending it. And for that matter, even as far as transparency, being able to articulate to the public at large and parents the need for additional funding or any other assistance that they might be able to provide. Or what I was listening to something happening in the Chicago public school systems, and one of the things is the more they put out that they need, there are benefactors that are around with a listening ear, not a lot, but I think we have to do a better job of demonstrating more of what our needs are and how some hopefully rich benefactor might be able to help the school district at large. And it happens. So if people have the information, not just us saying we need, and there is no indication that there's proof behind the data. So thank you very much for, compiling this information.
Okay.
Quickly, too.
Laura, did you get a chance at all to kick around the discussion we had for about an hour last week about breakout, the possibility of having breakout sessions starting at the K through third grade, where we could take the kids that needed extra help for an hour? or 2 periods a day, and the kids that are gifted, the same thing. Did you have any discussion with Dr. Cunningham or anybody else about possibility of some breakout sessions so that we can bring more kids up to speed and then challenge more that are gifted?
I did. We talked actually the morning after, and just to kind of get the board up to speed on this, Mr. Trey and I had probably an hour's conversation about students in need of intervention, and our conversation really led to us being able to clarify his thoughts around it and where the district has been in terms of our intervention process. And what we got down to was the fact that if we really focus in on our early intervention for our youngest students, K2, pre-K, K2, and work to give those students more time in intervention to bring them up to speed at an earlier age, then, that boosts achievement. And, if you go back to all of your educational research and things that we read in our educational publications, we know that early intervention leads to greater success down the road. So I did speak with Mr. Cunningham the next morning, and we were talking about really what you've been saying, Mr. Ture, and what we've been doing are very much in alignment. It's just getting clarity around the fact that we're going to zero in on those early grade students and really provide them with not full day, but more time. And I think you mentioned about 100 minutes a day. If we can get them to about 100 minutes a day of intervention time, that will help to boost their achievement at an early age and make them more successful down the road. If you think about it, students who are struggling, that need more intervention, if we don't give them more opportunity to work academically at their instructional level, they spend the majority of their day sitting in a classroom where things are too difficult for them. So we want to give them more support early, get them where they need to be so that when they leave primary grades, then they can be more successful in the future. And I think that was a beneficial conversation that we did have that night.
I would like to encourage the board to think about it and, discuss it. We can put it, if I can get a second or whatever I need to put it on the agenda for next month, or talk about it in the education committee for sure. I think it's a program that can build us some money. And I think nationwide they're going towards the earlier possible intervention as early as possible, so that all these kids have an equal shot at having a meaningful diploma at the end of 12 years.
So the program provides, you said, money funding to explain that?
We haven't discussed the exact amount of money yet, but we need to kick it around.
What's the name of the program?
It's just it's just breakout sessions. I don't know if there's an official name to it or not.
I think what we discussed was really our response to intervention process, which is where we have students who need extra support. They're getting
RTI.
Like RTI, but I think our first step is to really look at how much time our students getting support during the day. We talked about, I think the number that you had in your head was 100 minutes a day,
Yeah,
which
2 periods a day.
which
right.
when you think about an elementary day, students are in school and have a little over about 320 minutes to about 320 minutes of academic time in a day. So 100 minutes is really about a third of their day, and what that would look like. So it certainly is, I think our first step is to basically do an inventory of what we're providing, and then we can go from there to see what the needs
Right.
are to reach that sort of a level.
Right, and I also, we also talk not just about the kids that need the help, but the kids that are truly gifted, and to challenge them for 100 minutes a day in a breakout, what we call the breakout class, where they could work on things that they can master. They may be 7 years old, but they can work at an 11-year-old grade or a 12-year-old grade. Let's challenge those kids and not let them get bored in class. That's what we had our discussion on.
Okay, that's great. So you're in the planning stages. I guess you guys have had an independent discussion and you're just kind of responding to the suggestion, or you kind of alluded to the fact that you guys have already kind of working on something, because I know you do RTI, or you separate kids, for example, I'm just from the elementary stage, I know they do break out into classrooms for extra assistance in math and those reading.
enrichment.
I don't know the minute calculation, but is that inclusive, or is that something additional that you're looking to see improved? Or
I think we're really talking about the same thing. I think we're providing it. We are providing that intervention time, and we're providing, our elementary schools provide time for all kids, whether they need extra support or whether they need enrichment. I think what the conversation was really more around, Mr. Trey called me and we were talking about this, and it really was a conversation that gave us some clarity over what his thoughts were. I asked him a lot of questions because we've had several phone conversations. So I think we're providing it. It's just a matter of, are we providing enough? And does it fully align with his vision for intervention? And I think we have to go back to what our intervention program looks like right now and just say, okay, how many minutes are we providing for our students, both at the supportive end and at the enrichment end? How many minutes a day are they getting at their basically instructional level? So we can challenge our higher achieving students and support students who need that extra support. And how much time during the day is that happening? I think that's a first step. So I don't think we're far apart in what we're discussing. It was just more getting clarity around the fact that we were really approaching what we're doing and what his thinking are really the same thing. It was just getting that clarity.
Mr. Teray, and I'm just going to answer you slightly as a parent of a student who certainly has utilized this RTI system. And I would ask the administration and anyone, you know, when you spend 30 minutes in a classroom, now the next question I'm going to ask you as a parent is, show me where when you pull the student out of the class, that there is some statistical data that shows that that was relevant and that it met with some measure of progress. And I'm going to say, I don't feel like I experienced it per se, but then you guys, I feel like you should give some feedback to say, you took the kid out for 30 minutes, or I've had a case where it was 5 minutes. I wonder what you're teaching or you're doing in 5 minutes, and prove to me that that was substantial and that it yielded a great result. Because then you're telling me again, I know that you have a person who is engaged full-time in that role. What are they doing? And are the kids who are isolated to that classroom, has it been proven that more time yields a greater harvest, if you will, or academic harvest or what have you? So I think, you know, the idea is certainly good, but let's, especially before you say, let's improve the minutes, are the minutes that we are currently utilizing yielding any measure of results? So I would hope that you would have that answered prior to improving any additional or allocating an additional minutes. And I would imagine you might even need additional resources or an additional educator, right? For 100 minutes?
Well, there are a variety of ways to do this. So I'm not in a position right now to say that we need extra people, but I know that we have, we do have interventionists. We also have classroom teachers that at the primary or the elementary level that use a variety of instructional strategies. They're pulling small groups, they differentiate instruction. They're able to get students to have enrichment activities while they're pulling a group. I mean, they've been trained and they're skilled at doing that. I'm sorry.
Classroom teacher, you saying?
Elementary.
I mean, but the classroom, not the intervention.
Correct, the classroom teacher. So when you look at RTI, in that core curriculum, that regular classroom, there's an expectation that teachers have the skills to do these extra breakout groups within the course of their regular day and to differentiate their instruction in their content for students who are high achieving and students that need extra support. So that also is a piece to it. So you would count that in your minutes, but then also we have our, every school has a kind of an intervention period. Some schools, Balmoral calls it the Bulldog Block. Talala calls it Tiger Time, but that's a time set aside during the day. It can be anywhere from 30 to 45 minutes where it's kind of an all hands on deck type of situation. So the reading specialists push in, our special ed teachers may go in and do their special ed minutes during that time. We even had a discussion this morning about trying to get our ELL instructors in during that time so that they can serve our students who have second language needs. So it's an all hands on deck type of thing. And then in addition to that, as you mentioned, we have reading specialists who then may take pull-out groups. And in a couple of our buildings, we have math specialists who may take pull-out groups. So when you add all of those things together, we have to figure out just how many minutes of service or how many minutes we're providing for those students. So I think it's a variety of things. It's not necessarily just saying we need X number of teachers that are going to now pull kids out of the regular classroom, because part of it is if you think about a regular school day, you don't want to pull students out during some key critical times. So you don't want to pull a student out of math to go do reading. So we want to make sure that we're utilizing the tools that we have during that regular instructional block to give students the curriculum, but then how do we then add the additional support within the day? So it's just something that we're doing, but I think we need to just kind of do a minute calculation on it, take a look at it.
If I may
Sure.
jump in, ma'am, is that okay? One of the things that this board has done is you authorized us to use ECRA to make sure that we look at our return on investment in our programs. That's something that you were specifically mentioning just now. We don't have an issue with having a discussion in an education committee meeting about ideas. We kick those around all the time. But before we would come with a final recommendation or something of that nature to the Board of Education, we would want to have an understanding of the return on the investment, what we're getting currently, and what we would expect, and have research and background to explain to you why we would want to do more, because it could be an addition. We could be talking about additional people or additional negotiation that we would have to do with the union. We have lots of work that we'd have to do. That was just a precursory discussion going back. It needs to go to the committee, and then we need to have a way to go forward after that. And that would include having some background to say this is going to help us improve.
I just asked because Mr. Teray was saying he wanted to bring it to have it placed on the agenda for.
I would just like to have it talked about because, I think there was a misconception and that I wanted all remedial classes for kids that were behind and then gifted classes for kids that were gifted and segregation from the general population. That's not the case. What I wanted, and I think Laura and I clarified this, was an opportunity to give these kids these RTI or intervention, whatever we called it, breakout, where they could actually be challenged for a couple periods a day. And that's what I wanted to clarify, and then start a discussion about it and see where the rest of the board is,
Of course, it would be up to the board on how to do it. I just felt like it was something that probably should be discussed in the education committee before we came to the full board to discuss it, because we wouldn't have any data, any information on it, just thoughts. Of course, we serve at your purview, so whatever you would like, we'll get done.
So it's going to be on the education committee agenda.
I'd like to put it there.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, we are not in a business to separate our kids. We need to bring our kids together and have a learning environment where all our kids can learn. And I don't think separation in any capacity for all practical purposes is the answer. And you mentioned the phrase, all hands on deck. I like to say, all hands stay on deck and don't get off from the beginning, from day one, which is tomorrow, right? Yes, sir. Okay, so we do not want, and I think I can speak for the board from this perspective, we do not want to see a progress report issued to us in December saying that 40% of our students is failing this topic, this subject, so on and so forth. So we need to stay on top of this and see where we can get help and intervention at our kids at day one, if need be. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to shift gears and really get this meeting going, else we're gonna be here till next year. Okay, Laura, what else do you have?
All right, my next report is really more of an explanation about the 9 o'clock start time and some, and letting you know what steps we've taken to communicate that with our parents. As you know, we've changed our elementary start time at our 4 elementary schools from 9:30 to 9 o'clock. Just a little bit of background. Prior to 2010, when we had specialist teachers for art, music, and PE, our elementary start time was at 9 o'clock. When those students would leave the classroom and go to those teachers, our classroom teachers would then have their planning time. In 2010, when we eliminated those specialist teachers, classroom teachers didn't have that planning time available to them during their school day. So what we did in order to continue to provide the planning period was we shifted the start time from 9 to 9:30 and made that their plan time. So now that we've added physical education back into the schedule, classroom teachers have that planning time back when their students go to PE. So we are shifting the start time back to its original 9 o'clock start. What we've done is we've posted that information on both the district and the school websites. Our school marquees reflect it. We have, the principals had a flyer that they were distributing at back to school night, and I asked them to do a school messenger both on Monday and Tuesday nights for our parents. And then kind of the natural notification is for bus riders. Our AM pickup times reflect the 9 o'clock start time. So when parents who have bus riders get their bus pickup time, that obviously aligns with our school start time.
I'm begging for more school messenger. We pay for it in every measure that we use those other items. It's more, I don't know, we should use school messenger to communicate that as well.
Did you get a call?
No. Did you get a call, Mom?
Oh, yes.
I did.
On the flyer, 2 of them.
I got a flyer. No call though.
Okay.
But as long as you use it, maybe you just guys eliminate it.
Okay, we just gotta make sure we get the word out.
And if there are missing people, then check on that. I don't know. But okay.
Okay. Anything else? Any questions for Laura? Okay.
I wanted to clap to, first of all, we are talking over the fact that we've added PE, and that's something that has been desired. And I think it's commendable that we were able to get PE back. So thank you guys for bringing PE back to the schools. I don't think it's an understatement that it's a shame that we haven't had it before now. Because to be honest with you, we're talking about the kids need to, I had a mom today to email me that she's every year that we have not had PE in the schools, she has emailed, and I was glad she remembered that we have brought it back. And her complaint for all these years has been how it has affected her child's discipline. I mean, it has a tremendous, it takes a tremendous account for young people not having or having that inactivity. I know we have what they call PEP, but to physically have someone to do these exercise routines with students, I think is going to hopefully benefit them even in their academic success. So I'm very, very proud and happy that we were able to collaborate and get that accomplished.
And
So
not deal with it in negotiate.
You said what?
And not deal with it in negotiation.
Yeah, and we're glad about that too.
I would hope that it would have just been readily embraced.
Research tells us, and there's a lot of research on this in a lot of communities up here in the northern portion of Illinois that are using PE, it's been shown that those students, when you have them in PE, they do better in their reading. They do better in their math. So we needed to get it back. And there are a couple other items that we're going to focus on trying to get back into the curriculum at the elementary level. And that is our music and our art. All of those are a big part of educating our students. We'll continue to work at it together.
Okay. We finished with
I have one more.
one more. The
Yeah,
curriculum.
you got one big one.
It's a big one,
Yeah,
too. Yes, it
biggie.
is. It is.
Should have heard us early.
The last informational report I have for you, in your packet, I provided you with the vision for curriculum and instruction. The vision aligns with the board's strategic priority number 1, which is to provide an effective instructional program to ensure growth for every student. And the vision simply is student engagement in a high-quality academic program. And if you look at that statement, there's really 2 parts to the vision. One is the student engagement piece, and the other one is the idea of a high-quality academic program. We want students who are cognitively engaged, and we want that engagement to happen in a high-quality learning environment and a high-quality academic program. These 2 parts are the focus of a 3-year implementation plan that begins this school year and goes through 2018 in this document. The activities in the plan, they're quite numerous, but they really fall into 3 major categories. One is the idea of increasing curricular offerings and developing programs so that we can honestly say we have a high-quality academic program. The second is around data and evaluation. We want to make sure that we are looking at data to evaluate our programs and make sure our students are achieving. And then the last part is around professional development, because we know if we invest in our teachers, that the result of that will be an increase in student learning. So the vision encompasses all of those things. It's looking at things that we've been talking about tonight: intervention, IB, technology, adding courses to the high school, to the middle school, and doing some things around a lot of professional development for teachers around engagement. Both of these, all in this 3-year plan, it not only is happening during the school year, but we're also focusing in on the summer, because we know in the summer we have an opportunity to engage students in summer-type programs, as well as provide training for our teachers and do curriculum work during that time. It's a 2-page document, and I know we're well into our meeting, so I won't go through the document itself, but I'm excited about it. And all of these things that are in the plan, I have had conversations with a variety of people who are connected to all of these things. So, it wasn't something that I just made up. These activities have come through a collaborative effort with district administration, board, and principals and teachers. So I think we're well on our way, or we have a good plan in place for achieving that vision.
Okay. And the superintendent just informed me that we did have a tornado warning, but it's more towards the Park Forest area at this moment, but he will inform us if we need to move in a safe place. He'll tell us where to go.
Yes, I will. That was a tornado warning, if anyone didn't hear that. We are under one until 10 o'clock.
You can tell us now where to move.
Stay here and finish this meeting here.
That's fine, but just tell us where.
Okay. Any further questions for Laura? If not, thank you, Laura. Thank you for the report, getting us the information. And if we need to further digest it, let's do it and get further questions back to Laura if need be. Okay.
Under your curriculum update, I see that you have the independent contractor, but it's also fused into the consent agenda.
has the contract in and of itself to approve that.
So is there, and there's room for discussion on that?
We can probably
At
discuss
that
it at the
point?
consent agenda, yeah, if need be. Did you know that, Laura? It's independent contract for Bill.
Correct.
It's under the consent
Consent
agenda
agenda, yes.
Why
for
is that?
approval.
Mhm.
I would, yeah.
All right, next up is our Assistant Superintendent of Student Affairs. Monica Spence, please, it's on you.
Thank you. I'll go really, really slow since we have a tornado warning and we want to hang out for a little bit till it passes. You want to drive through it? Okay. The following Freedom of Information requests have been received. I have reported the results and status of those requests. The first one comes to us from Karen Have of Cornerstone Media. The request is for copies of original invoices, receipts, or bills to show exactly what the purchases made for a number of specific district credit card accounts. An electronic response was sent on July 24th. The response included the requested information. Our next request comes to us from Maxine Jackson, Director of Human Resources for the Village of University Park. The request is for employee timesheets and records for Gregory Murray, dated July 1st, 2014 through current. The status, an electronic response was sent on July 30th, 2015. There were no documents responsive to this request. Our next request comes to us from Brenda Messick of Crete, Illinois. The request is for the yearly contract for Dr. Robert Grossi, including yearly pay, and itemized accounting of the hours worked by Dr. Robert Grossi for the district for the previous 6 months. An electronic response was sent on July 30th. There are no documents responsive to this request. The next comes to us from Ms. Emily Moschenros, the bids coordinator for HP Products. The request was received on August 8th, and it is for custodial supplies, bid disclosure of bid tabulations, and notification of awards for their records. An electronic response was sent on August 5th, 2015. The response included the requested documents. Our last one comes to us from Dr. Morgan Polikoff of the University of Southern California. The request was received on August 3rd. The request is for copies of public records that detail all adopted mathematics and science textbooks that are currently used in our district, including the title, publisher, grade span, adoption year, and version. An electronic response was sent on August 6th. The request was denied as being unduly burdensome. However, the requester and the public body have agreed to a revision of the requested information. This concludes my FOIA report for this month. The FOIA requests and responses are posted on the district website under Board of Education, FOIA Request Archive.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Spence. Any questions regarding FOIA information?
I have one question for you. Dr. Robert Grossi?
Yes, sir.
Don't we have a contract with this gentleman?
Yes, we do.
And I thought the FOIA was asking for the contract. Did you provide that?
Dr. Williams, do you want to explain the terms of the contract?
No. No problem.
Maybe I'm confused here.
The request asked if we had a contract with Dr. Grossi. The contract is actually with Crystal Financial. And the question as to whether Dr. Grossi has been paid, what he has been paid to date, there will be no payment to the bond consultant unless bonds are issued. So all of the time that he has spent working with us, he has not been compensated for any of that time to date.
Okay, but his company that he represents, we have a contract with them.
Yes, we
correct?
do.
And what is the annual cost of that?
Again,
There isn't-
there's no annual cost for that. He would only be paid if we do bonds.
Okay. So like a contingency with a lawyer? I don't know, how does that work?
No, it's.
If you don't do something,
If there's no
we
work,
don't buy something, we don't get.
if there's no work completed, there is no compensation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Spence, you may continue.
Okay, next I was asked to provide a overview on the returning student registration process for the 2015-2016 school year. A few highlights. Returning student registration began in May of this year. That was significantly earlier than we normally start. As we have well publicized, families were offered 3 options for registration, which included online, mail-in, or walk-in. And walk-in was held for 1 week, July 20th through the 24th. We had 1,189 students registered using the online option, 1,064 students registered using the mail-in option, and then 2,174 students registered using the walk-in option, which I have to say was no small feat. We had walk-in for 1 week and a staff of some extremely dedicated people who processed over 2,000 students. As of August 14th, there were 256 returning families who had yet to register, which again was phenomenal. To end registration and only have little over 200 students left to register was just fantastic. It takes a lot of burden off of the school buildings. A feedback survey was conducted using the school messenger survey service, and the results indicated that over 90% of the participants rated their registration experience as good or great. The most frequently expressed complaint was the requirement to have to prove residency, particularly for longtime residents of the district. And I reiterate that that is important, because if we require that one family proves residency, we have to require it of everyone. So our takeaways from this year's registration process included the following. We did learn that for next year, we would like to ensure that we provide additional clarification on what constitutes a completed registration, particularly for families who use the online option. There was some confusion. Families felt that if they went in and put their information in online, that they were complete. However, it was not complete until you had gone through the fee process. We also learned that we need to ensure that we find a way to send out confirmation postcards to families. Additional explanation and publicizing of the transportation and bus route assignment process. We did have a transportation table set up at registration. However, I think it needed to be made a little clearer to families that we do not assign bus routes until after the majority of families have registered, so that we have accurate information with the routes. And then lastly, increased communication of information regarding the proof of residency requirement and necessary documents, just stressing to all parents that everyone is required to prove residency. And that concludes my overview.
Thank you, Mrs. Spence. One of the things that I appreciate hearing what you said, we were charged, and it was alleged a good portion of last year that we're soft on residency requirements. And, I know that's not the case. Specifically, I know that, of course, there's always going to be a scofflaw here and there, but basically what you said is we are on our game as far as ensuring for what we can, aside from stepping on someone's homeless or the homeless laws that prevent us from indulging in someone's situation, if you will. But we have that in check, and I can definitely say that we appreciate it because we struggled at least hearing the allegation that we do not have a process in place that minimizes or mitigates that as a process. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, that's definitely true. Unfortunately, my staff, even as of today, takes a tremendous amount of abuse from families who are upset about the proving residency process. But we stand firm. One of the things that I'm going to do, like I said, to assist us with that is just early on next year, inundating everyone with information about the fact that you do have to reprove residency and what the requirement documents are.
Good.
Okay, thank you. Good job, and kudos to your staff for such a good high success rate with the feedback. Good or excellent, 90%.
Thank you.
That's great.
She reported that real fast. There were a couple other things that you could add, and I will add them fast so we can move along. But when they went through the questions, they also asked, what would you do next year? And we had a higher percentage of people who will be involved in our online and mail-in for next year. They understand the process. As we continue to do this, we will get better and better. This was excellent. I applaud Mrs. Spence and her staff for all the work that they've done and for gathering data so that we can measure it and talk about it for next year. Outstanding.
And, great. I do want to ask one question regarding the walk-in families that come to register. How long on average does it take? Is it a long time? Is it a long wait?
No, walk-in, we had it down to about 10 minutes,
Oh, that wasn't
if that. And that was, a lot of it was sitting with the processors, some families to talk a little bit since they're there. So we would have to kind of.
You saw no reason for us to have water or anything of that nature for refreshing the people for a long wait or anything like that?
Oh, no, no.
Okay. It was, we had the registration over at Talala. I mean, not Talala, but the admin building.
In the field house?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for walk-in? Yes, it was in the field house here.
Okay.
I just want to add something. I noticed you said something about taking a lot of abuse from families. I would encourage you personally, I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but that's totally out of place and that we have security in the building. I don't think any of our staff should be abused by any parent. I know we're here to serve the public, but we're not here to take abuse from them. So I would encourage you to not allow that to happen. Just have them removed until they're civil enough to come and do what they need to do.
Right. Thank you. And we understand, my staff knows that if a parent does, get beyond what is considered professional that they would handle, they do come and get me or call me, and I take the parent on. I mean, we have crafted the skill of the response to that. We have an expression that we use called "kill it with kindness," and the more irate the parent is, the nicer we are, and we find that it's kind of hard to continue to shout at someone when they won't give that back to you. So, I mean, we understand. It's nothing personal, it's frustration.
I think every one of us need those skill sets.
I would like to say that I went over there Friday afternoon, late in the afternoon, to see how it was going to go with it last minute. I timed it. It was anywhere from 5 to 9 minutes from start to finish. I wrote a note to Mr. Cunningham after my experience because I was amazed at how well Monica and her staff handled things. They were professional from the minute they started to the minute they ended, going from station to station to station. They diffused many situations. They did call Monica a couple times, and everything was solved that I saw almost immediately. And I commend you and your staff for a fabulous job And I hope next year it's even easier, that we've learned from the couple of glitches there were, and that it's even easier for them. So thank you very much.
Good, excellent. And we had a board member witness the actual success and progress. Great, good job.
I'd like to add, Mr. Brown, I visited as well. It was, flowing very nicely. Mrs. Spence was very visible and accessible. I got a chance to talk to some parents and got great feedback. And I just commend Mrs. Spence and her department, because we all know that we have somewhat been plagued with issues with registration over the years, and this plan seemed to work. So great job on that. I did want to give some feedback on the school registration that I got from some concerned parents who were concerned with the times and the dates for each building. Each building, I guess, decided when they'd be open for registration. And, we've had discussions about unifying our buildings as much as possible. So there were some concerns with, if a parent had 3 children at 3 different buildings, the times were not consistent, especially if they needed to take off work, to do that. So I would suggest if we move forward with this plan in the future, which I believe, we will, that all of the times for registration are the same in the buildings, because I believe all the principals are there the whole day. So I would also suggest, I think they all were ending about 3 o'clock, and I think they're there till 4:30, or however. I would suggest that it goes all the way until their day ends, because 3 o'clock is very early for a parent that works later. And if they need to get off work a little earlier, it's probably a little easier to get off maybe an hour earlier from work than an hour, 2 hours or 2.5 hours. So, but that was the feedback that I got, but great job.
Thank you, and I've made a note of that.
Okay. All right, moving right along. I think our business manager is up next.
Good evening again.
Good evening.
Oh, okay.
It's on you?
Okay.
Yes.
Included in your packet is a brief update regarding the garbage disposal agreement. There have been several discussions with the lowest bidder, Republic Services, and actually, since the packet was completed, there have been additional discussions, and that will be an agenda item for the next Finance Committee meeting. In the interim, we continue to operate under the terms of the prior year's agreement, as they were the incumbent. So they were providing services last year as well. It concludes my report, or my update rather, as it relates to the garbage disposal agreement.
Okay, any questions for Dr. Williams regarding the garbage disposal agreement? Okay. If not, let's move on to the fuel purchasing.
Okay. Also included in your packet is the revised draft of the fuel purchasing intergovernmental agreement with the Village of Crete. Changes are identified in blue and red. It incorporates changes presented by the village as well as further changes presented by the board's attorney. I did speak with Village President Einhorn, and we don't anticipate that there will be any further revisions on either end. The next meeting of the village board is August 24th, so I anticipate bringing this back to this Board of Education again at the September Finance meeting and then at the September board meeting.
Okay, I don't think there's any reason we need to bring it back to the finance. We saw it like this. There has not been any changes, right?
No, you saw it like this
We saw
month,
it like
correct?
this. Okay, so at this point, I thought maybe we were going to bring it forward as an action item to approve. So we're gonna have a special meeting. Can we get this in at that time or what?
We will get it in at the next board meeting.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay?
Unless someone has any comments or changes they would like to have. We had, Crete had a chance to look at it. They put their comments in, and our board president, or not president, but attorney council had a chance to look at it as well twice. They imposed their comments, or he imposed his comments. So here we are. And
Yes.
we reviewed it at the finance committee
Yes, we did.
meeting, and there was no concerns.
No, and I think
And
it's
here we are
important.
here.
I'm sorry?
And here we are, basically verbatim, word from the finance committee.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're ready to move forward.
Can I get clarity? You said that, what's going on at the Crete meeting in regards to
They're
this?
going to vote on the intergovernmental agreement on August 24th.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So they want to vote on it before we actually vote on it, I guess.
It's
Yeah.
just when their next board meeting is.
Okay. All right, so it'll come to us or not come to us.
Well,
If
we
they
don't
approve it.
anticipate, in my conversations with Village President Einhorn, he doesn't anticipate that there'll be any issues with the changes that were presented by the board's attorney. So I don't anticipate there'll be any issues. This will very likely be on the September 15th board agenda.
Okay. If you guys have any concerns or questions, after tonight, just get them back to Dr. Williams regarding the intergovernment agreement with Crete and the Board of Education of 201U regarding the fuel partnership. Okay.
Thank you.
Like a motion to approve the consent agenda,
Moved.
moved by Dr. Hall. Do I have a second?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
First of all, we had a brief discussion. There's some things not on this consent agenda, and there are some things on the consent agenda that, quite frankly, I'm not comfortable agreeing or voting on it. Now, you can,
No, we don't have to vote. Do we move it
we
first?
can remove it.
Do we move it first or do we amend what Kim
What
has
is your
concerns?
request?
Well, first of all, you have in the curriculum update, you had the contractor agreement,
Say it again, I'm
the
sorry.
contract agreement, the Hanlon contract agreement.
You wanted to make a motion to remove it, to vote separately?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Then the other thing is, is there a question, an answer to the question that we posed to you, Mr. Neal? Because again, to me, that should be on here, the information.
Yes, the two principals that we are moving, or two administrators we are moving to different principal positions, were not placed on the personnel report. I, at this time, don't have an explanation for that. What I will tell you is the principal of the sixth grade center was transferred to principal of CSK, same contract terms and so forth. So that principal is in place. The other one is Caroline Daly, who is being promoted from the administrative dean position. So she is already in place. And I can assure you everything will be on the September or the next board meeting agenda, along with Caroline's contract, which we have not had time to get since this just came to pass on Friday. So we will have everything in place for that. But everybody's in place. The positions are being performed at this point. I do know the two, or at least Brian's name was on an earlier draft of the agenda. I cannot explain why it's not there now.
This is what I talked to you about yesterday, and what happens if we approve this consent agenda and their names aren't on there?
So then technically, it has not been approved by the school
Correct.
board, if that happens.
So how do they work in that capacity until September if their name is not on this agenda for us to
Brian is
vote on?
already contracted as a principal. His contract does not say principal of a specific building. We can assign him anywhere we like.
Okay, what about Ms.
Caroline?
Daly?
Caroline is contracted as an administrative dean, which is an administrator, and we can assign her any duties that we choose. and we've given her those duties. So she is, I mean, they're clear to operate in those capacities under the authority we've given them, and it will, you know, the legality can catch up with the September agenda.
She's operating under her present contract then?
Yes,
with a
until,
different
and then
title.
she will be retroactively compensated from the date that the position, or the date of when the position was accepted.
And I noticed that recommendation came, or was, I don't want to say approved, but recommended by the Personnel Committee.
Correct.
Okay, so the full board just had the opportunity tonight to hear that conversation about placing her as the principal of the sixth grade center. So we don't have a contract at this point.
No, the decision was made on Friday, so we haven't had an opportunity to draw the contract up.
Okay.
And an informational was sent out. Was it by you, Mr. Cunningham? You sent
Yes,
out
it
the-
was. I sent it out to the entire board.
But I'm going to stress, particularly the week before the board meetings, and I've probably said this before, there's a lot going on that week, and I want to say to our administration that your minds have to be on the board meeting that's coming up. We've had multiple discussions about timeliness as far as getting things to the board, getting information on into the board packet by deadlines. I do understand there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on everywhere. So we have to get in the best habit of doing what needs to be done for our board meetings. So technically, if someone is in a position and it has not been approved by the school board officially, that's an issue, especially if that person is receiving an increase in pay, because that's money that we're spending. So bottom line is, it has to get done. That's just the bottom line. There's no room for error. It really isn't. This is the personnel report. This is what you're bringing to the board as the official report. If you have someone who's agreed or whatever, not necessarily agreed, but is going into a new position because they've been asked to, we can at least on our end make sure that they have an official board approval. And moving forward, it just has to get done.
And I think as well, here's an opportunity. We talked about this before in the past. When you have key players, key administrators, to either take a position in a parallel manner or a lateral manner, or however, with these key administrators, putting them under the consent agenda, that poses a problem sometimes. So we need to talk about that offline and how we can better suit those positions and not vote on those positions under the consent agenda. They kind of get hidden.
Well, we've had that conversation, so
Yeah.
unless
I
any
don't know
other
the
board
answer.
member disagrees, I am requesting that we not put the personnel report under the consent agenda, because it's just been an issue that has concerned this board, and to vote on it separately. Do I have anyone that disagrees with that?
I just think, I don't know if the proper place to put it is to pull it in a policy somehow so it won't not get hidden.
Oh, to have a policy
Have a
that.
policy, yeah.
Okay.
I hate to have to create a policy that says that.
You don't have to create a policy. You give us the direction, that's what we'll do, period.
Well,
He
unfortunately,
gave a lot of directions.
what's wrong with having a policy?
Oh, nothing's wrong with having a policy, nothing. We can always, but if you direct me even before your policy is made, we'll get it done.
Yeah, but I think it's an opportunity.
I don't know, we've been talking about that. Okay, and even the
I'm sorry,
subcontractors.
Ms. Sanders, I just want to make it clear, does anyone object, any board members object to us voting on the personnel report separately? Okay,
Well,
so
let me
that's
make
been-
sure I understand when you say personnel report. So we have the
entire
personnel. Oh, are you talking about the minutes from the personnel committee?
We are talking about
Or
the
you're talking
report
about, you're
itself.
just talking about the
The
hiring,
names and the hirings,
the
the report.
HR,
document.
the HR.
Yes.
The HR report.
Yes.
Oh, that's what they call
So that's under HR. Okay,
Mhm.
not the personnel committee minutes.
No.
Okay.
And how do you account for, so for example, this contractor agreement is deemed under the consent as well?
Yeah, that's.
Which, who requested
Yeah,
that?
it's a reason. I think we could talk offline with our attorney if need be, but there's a reason why we have consent agendas, for
Mhm.
sake of time, bundling opportunities, so on and so forth. It's just getting the right things to bundle and to put together. So just, there's two opportunities here, two different scenarios. We have independent contractor agreement, which we see all the time, multiple times. And then we have an in-house employee and a key, which is seeking a key or which have been given a key position within the district. So I don't know. I don't have a problem.
We can request that all individual contract,
Not be placed under consent agenda.
yes, as far as not teachers' contract, we were talking about independent contractors to be voted on separately, as well as the personnel report be voted on. And basically, neither one of these types of items be put into the consent agenda.
Right, because otherwise you're
Is
just
there
spending
any,
time pulling it off.
Because what would happen if the consent agenda did not pass? We wouldn't be able to have our faculty go to work tomorrow.
That's why I say, I think more discussion needs to be brought on this topic. And I think the right place would be under the policy committee. We can talk about it, get our heads cleared. We've been here for a little while tonight and let the matters fall.
Talk
in the right
about what?
place. We'll talk about exactly what we're going to take out of the consent agenda and not bundle things in the consent agenda. Independent contracts, again, administrative positions, or all HR matters. I don't know. I don't think we should make that decision right. I mean, we can go forward tonight and pull it out, but I don't think we should make a broad decision right now on those things when there may be some other things that we can look at to take out.
Okay, so now Mr. Brown is saying that he thinks we need to have a discussion concerning what is placed in the consent agenda and what is not. So we just agreed to take out 2 items. Do we want to, or do we want to have a discussion about what's going to be taken out? I mean, we can give the directive to take those 2 types of items out and have a discussion where we look at everything that can potentially go into the consent agenda. To my understanding, Bill, maybe you can help me out. I believe mostly everything can be in the consent agenda unless it requires a supermajority or a specific type of vote.
Consent agenda or an omnibus agenda, any board member has the right to ask that any item within the consent agenda be removed for a separate discussion and vote. So if anybody wants to request to be removed, they have the right to do that. It should be removed and discussed and voted on separately. I think, Dr. Hall, you hit on it right. The things that get bundled in a consent agenda that can create problems are things that require different votes. Whereas the majority of things you guys vote on require a majority of a quorum. There are certain things such as leases and other items that require supermajorities that if they were lumped in together and the vote went wrong, some things would be approved and other things wouldn't have met the threshold to be approved. So usually I would recommend against those things being lumped into a consent agenda.
Can you get us a list, Bill, of the items that require specific votes? So we will know when we have the discussion what cannot go into the consent agenda.
So the things that require more than a majority of a quorum vote, sure.
Thank you.
What do we need to do tonight to make sure that these people are employed tomorrow when the doors open in the school? What do we have to do? So
Which people?
everybody
on the report.
Miss Daly is employed in these the other list of folks we got here. We've got 5 pages of people that they're all working. Well, they'll still have, yeah. You know, what do we have to approve here to do that?
Oh, we're gonna take the vote for this, and Miss Daly she's employed. It's just, she's receiving an increase that should have been on this report.
We don't have a contract. I understand, I would expect that there would be an increase, but she's on her current contract until the contract is written up and until the board approves it. Only after the board would approve that, raise in pay or an increase would anything happen.
But what I'll say to you is, we don't have it on this agenda. So we then are asking someone to take on a position and wait to be compensated another month because it was not on the agenda. And that's not good customer service, in my opinion.
Well, isn't it, don't we have to agree to hire this person as the principal?
She's
Period?
hired already.
I mean, the
And she
board,
starts tomorrow.
the majority of the board has to say, we're gonna hire her as a principal. I understand that they could reassign her, but, you know, to be a principal, we have to vote on it.
Thus was
Correct?
my reason for asking the question, because it's not just procedural. I mean, it's procedural to you guys, but the fact of the matter is, right, it was only suggested and vetted in the personnel department and personnel committee, and they don't have the right to make a determination. So this should be here, because as far as I'm concerned, that's another allegation. We hire people and they're not even approved by the Board of Education. That's not okay with me. That they're not hired unless the Board of Education approves them.
That's my understanding too, Kim. We needed to vote tonight. I thought we would vote tonight to make her a principal.
And more than that, it was they were publicly announced as having being the designated people, and anything can happen because we've seen it where you guys say they're hired and we say they're not. So I don't think anybody wants to go back down that road.
Not at all. But that's why I put the information out to the Board of Education first. And we were getting prepared this week.
You mean in your FYI?
Actually, I think we did this one out before. It was an email first.
Right, but we made some adjustments to the recommendation in the personnel committee.
Right, and then I sent it out again to make sure we were all on the same page, what the recommendation would be. But we went out for a contract. We took the contract, the information that we would have, and sent it to our attorneys. Once that comes back from our attorneys, we would have it signed. This doesn't happen every day with these things. It was an emergency. My expectation is we will get it back as soon as possible. We will get the information to the board as soon as possible.
Okay, where's it saying that she's taking that position, period?
It's not in here. That's why that's
So
why
we
they're.
were not- So that's a moot point. We were not gonna even have a discussion about her, were we? No. No, so
I mean,
Lyle, you're saying that you have the right or your responsibility. It's on.
It's on.
It's green. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So Lyle is saying basically that as an administrator, you guys, the administrative team have a right to place her in this position pending board approval to have that position permanent with a contract to proceed in some capacity.
That is correct, but we cannot get an increase in pay until after the Board of Education would approve that.
So is it fair to say that she should be deemed with a title as interim principal for the sixth grade center?
I mean, fair enough. Yeah, I mean,
I
that
think
certainly.
that's how it should be.
Certainly could be put that way. We've just called her the principal because that's the intent. But this was such short notice that this all took place that we don't have the contract ready to go.
Interim principal until we.
I don't think it's an issue as to whether we're not going to approve her. I just think it's an issue of tomorrow the students come and the students think that she's the principal and she has not been approved by this board as being the principal yet. So I don't think it's an issue of whether we're going to or whether we're not going to approve it.
So until she is approved, she is technically fulfilling the duties of the principal as a dean.
That is correct.
Okay, I think we've, okay.
Okay, so that was the
Clarified.
only thing that was
And
What,
the
we only
contract.
one thing to come out of this
And the
consent.
contract.
Well, so that's actually, this is the only thing that you want. What you're talking about, you want out of the consent
The
agenda.
independent
That's the
contractor.
contract between Bill Hanlon and the board to come out.
Uh-huh.
Okay? So do we need a motion to do it?
For the.
But it was never moved. I mean, it was never second.
It was moved.
Yeah, it was never second. So can I withdraw that motion or what? It died.
Oh, you can just, we could.
It died.
Okay.
It was about an hour and a half ago.
You made the motion.
Yeah, I withdraw the motion.
dying up
Okay.
here.
I withdraw the motion.
Oh, you. All righty. Is it Halen or Helen? Is it Helen? Halen? Helen. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? That's, no, I was gonna say with that removed. Can I say it like that? You gotta remove it first? All right, I would like a motion to remove the independent contract approval of Bill Hanlon.
So moved.
From the consent agenda. Moved by Board Member Sanders. Second by Board Member Teray. Any questions? Madam Secretary, take a roll call, please.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith? Aye. Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
And Dr. Hall? Dr. Hall. I did
Aye.
it. Mr. Teray?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye.
Motion carry. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move.
Approve it or remove it?
Hmm?
Did he say remove?
As amended.
As amended. Okay. Moved.
Moved by Teray, Board Member Teray.
Second.
Second by Board Member Gasparo. Questions?
I have one question. Food service supervisor, she retired, correct, or moved on?
Resigned.
She left us.
She resigned, accepting a position in another district.
Okay, do we have someone, the Army moves on its belly? Do we have somebody in that position that's taking the helm, so we got all these kids fed tomorrow?
We do have a plan in place to ensure that food service continues without a hitch.
Okay. Is there a go-to person? A interim director?
I have a meeting scheduled tomorrow to work through the logistics of who will be handling what in the absence of a director. The position was posted it was posted the day we received notice, I believe, and we had it open for 3 weeks. So the process will.
Okay, you're confident all the kids, we're confident the kids are gonna get fed?
Yes,
Okay.
we are confident.
Well, each building has a lunch supervisor in the buildings as well as lunch workers. So they will get paid.
Okay, no further discussion on the consent agenda. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith? Aye. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion carried. Okay. Okay. I would like a motion to approve the independent contract for Bill Hanlon. I'll get it right. Have a motion, please?
Moved.
Moved by Board Member Gasparo.
Second.
Second by Board Member Teray. Any questions? or comments?
I have questions. I'm looking at the cost, and I remember asking, and I'm going to ask before we enter this agreement, the travel, let's see, you spelled it out a little bit better for me. Now that you say we have 40 days that he's contracted to work now for the sum of the 52,000 for the actual work?
50,000
50,000
plus travel.
plus the travel. And those, oh, that's what I want to ask you. So those dates are already agreed upon what they will be? Or remember I was asking based on our needs, or you guys have already organized when they're going to be? Like, I don't know if you guys have a peak time. Remember we talked about the grading quarters where there's going to be a tremendous impact on the results of what kids are, the yielded results. So do we get to say, based on this agreement, is there any flexibility or what?
What I try to do, well, first of all, Mr. Hanlon has commitments to other districts, so part of that dictates the weeks that are available. We also look at when we have professional time available, so on weeks where we might have an early dismissal day, like the week of September 21st through the 25th. 25th is an early dismissal day. So that's an opportunity where he can meet with our 612 math teachers when he's here. I've also scheduled him during the week when I have a curriculum office meeting with the middle school, the sixth grade center, and the high school, so that if there's any way we need to touch base, he's available for that type of communication as well. So it's, part of it's his schedule, part of it is our calendar, our school calendar, when we have holidays and things like that. And part of it is trying to be strategic in terms of, do we have a full week of school? And then what are we doing during that time so that we can benefit the most from his services?
Okay, so the dates that are here are concrete.
And we did sit down, he and I sat down when he was here in late April, early May, and we pulled out all the calendars and started to build the schedule.
Okay. And this one is for a year? It's not a long term, 1 year?
Yes.
Okay. And just for the record, again, I know you have the ECRA, and I believe ECRA is going to be inclusive in determining, again, what this yields. We've already had him for 3 years.
Right, he started, this will be his 4th year. The original year, he started high school only. And then in the 2nd year, halfway through, we expanded him to start working with middle school. Last year was middle school and high school. This year, the plan was to take him, move him from the high school, move him down to 5th grade, so that we were building that capacity from our elementary through our high school, and just have him on a consult basis with the high school. But because now we have several new math teachers at the high school, we're going to have to kind of readjust so that we can make sure that he's got some contact with that department as well.
I think we had a pretty extensive discussion, don't mind discussing it again at all, about how the high school is going to make sure that we install this with fidelity, about the actual Google Docs that we had created to make sure we were having walkthroughs so that we could have data, so that when it comes up next year for us to discuss, we can look at all of those numbers to determine our return on investment, to make sure that this is going the direction that we want it to go to, is helping our students improve.
Okay.
So yes.
And let's not, because we're talking about jumping on it right away. I don't know that we have to wait till next year, because we need to make decisions prior to that. When we looked last year and we saw the failure rate, for example, it's too late to, what's happening? We're already paid, so what's happening? I know you spoke, you did indicate that we had to change our way of making sure that it was a process of fidelity, but that's what I'm saying. If the contract is for a year, let's get in, or you guys provide some data that shows the fidelity is improved. And of course, we're making strides with it, because when you come back and start talking about it, we should already have a good guesstimation of what our plan is. And I only say that because I like Bill, but the fact of the matter is, we're at 3 years in, and I know it's been some adjustments or changes and additional work that he is going to begin doing, but we got to explain what's happening at the end of the day.
I agree. I guess I didn't explain that well, and I'll roll back just a little bit. We're starting gathering the data once we start school.
Okay.
Okay, it's not something that we'll be doing next year, it's this year. We
Okay,
have all
yeah.
the sheets in place. They have had practices and they've had discussions. I had a discussion with all of my administrators, not all about bill handling, but that I expected all of them to be out and in classes.
Okay.
3 days a week for the principals and me, and 2 days a week for the assistants and the assistant superintendents. Have that expectation. We'll make sure it's met.
Okay.
Also, Mrs.
I got-
Sanders,
I have one question.
the education committee charged our assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction, Ms. Hirsch, to bring that data to us when they are bringing the other data that we requested. So it's incorporated into that timeline, so we have specific months when that information will be brought.
And then in addition to that too, I had a conversation with Mr. Hanlon about what can be the key indicators that the building is looking at between my larger pieces of data. So, we've talked about in the plan, we're looking at earned credits, we're looking at semester grades, but what does the building do in the interim, to get back to Mr. Brown's point about looking at things sooner rather than later. So he has suggestions for them. We will work that out. He's attending our curriculum meetings next week when he's here. So we'll be putting all of those things in place with those conversations next week.
And this still includes our, he had been doing a lot of the parents.
Correct.
Pieces, he's still, that's inclusive?
Yes, we'll work on those dates when he's here.
My question is, Bill's been here 3 years. How many mini bills do we have in the buildings? Where's our assets? Has he trained the trainers? Do we have math teachers that have are fully involved with this, trained in this, so that we're not always relying on Bill? I mean, we should have, right now, we should have assets in place that know this system and are out there training the newbies that we got coming in the door.
I think what Bill brings that our people don't is a level of expertise, a level of knowledge on math content, which he is going to now do with lower grade teachers. I don't know that we have any mini bills out there, but we do have several teachers that are incorporating what he's doing. We had, again, to go back to the high school, we had 5 teachers that we now have new and a division leader. So that is those people that were part of the Hanlon system at the high school that group now has to be trained. So we've lost a little of our
little army of people that are, because you're in services, whatever you institute days, I would hope that these math teachers that know these concepts are teaching the other math teachers.
Well, and some of it is built into the curriculum as well, like our assessments that were designed are already built into the curriculum, the parallel reviews and the 3-star problems, those assessments are already designed.
Okay, thank you.
The fidelity, I can commend you guys on. As of yesterday, Dr. Harden articulated to at least the freshman parents that this process is in place, what they could expect with the Hanlon system, if you will. Talked about the test duplication from Tuesday to, I forget how he described it. If they have a test on Tuesday, they're going to get the copy of the test.
The parallel.
Yeah, the star 3 or what have you. So the message is out. I just hope that, of course, he does get the fidelity or the buy-in, because otherwise we're spending money. And I know I said it last month, what Mr. Teray just asked at some point, because again, consultant, at the end of the day, do we have people who, I don't know, would it be called a master teacher or somebody? I know you said his is specialized, but if somebody does just really buy into it, and that's a savings, because I'm hoping, that would be your division lead, and you can fuse that into one payment opposed to, or give them a little more money, but I'm saying, but less outsource of specialized if we internalize it and take it for what it's worth. My mindset always said consultant can't come in, give us a resource, let us bite off of it, and then take it away. But this long elongated contract and period just seems like, at some point, we're not going to be able to afford it. And if we are, we need to validate it, is what I'm hoping that we'll be able to do. So, but thank you for answering my questions.
And in addition to that, I agree, and alongside what Mr. Teray was saying, and I don't know what the average time is for a consultant to be in a building, in the district. I've always looked at consultants as temporary help. 3 years, this will be his third year. Typically is the max for the, it's the fourth year, okay. From what I've known, 3 years is typically, a max, because they're not permanent employees. So I agree as well as possibly, training people that can then train new people, and not have the need for training as justification as to why we are holding on to a consultant. And I'm not saying that is now, obviously, because we talked about even some of the barriers and hurdles that are, still existing with, even with some resistance, from teachers. But I think now with us monitoring the progress, that will help us.
No, that's okay. Results. Okay. I did one last question on this. I do have the question of why did we waive the insurance requirements, certificate of insurance? What constitute the independent contractor having a certificate of insurance or not having a certificate of insurance? Look like we waived it in this case here.
This is the district agreement. I just plugged in, so I guess I can't really answer your question. It's the first time I've used this contractor agreement, and this was already in here. I'm sure if there's a need, we can take care of it.
Mr. Gleason, is that the typical consultant contract? You all do it. You do the consultant contracts too? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sorry.
Sometimes I see an agreement that people want them to be carrying certain amounts of insurance. You don't need them to be carrying workers' comp insurance, but sometimes you require them to carry liability insurance to a certain threshold to protect yourself.
Especially if that's, it's his business, right? I would think he would have business insurance.
It's a company. We're paying his company for his services.
If he's a business functioning as a business, he should have some level of liability insurance. And that should be something that he should easily be able to give us. We just need to tell him the requirements. And he give us a certificate of insurance and have us being listed as an additional holder of his insurance. So that's just my take on it. I don't know if we have any other. I do not recall having any other independent contractors come our way without a certificate of insurance being issued to District 201U. So
I agree. We have
You know, we do our facilities, we rent out our facilities, we require them to have, you know, minimum insurance of 1 million. And this would be a person that's spending way more time in the district and around, you know, our people, our students, so.
Does he do any one-on-one with the students, or is it just with the faculty?
No, and that's what I was going to mention. He's training the teachers that, I mean, he'll be there with maybe some work with students and how they work with students, but teachers are there. And then the other time that we have them are parent nights.
Okay, just real quick, a scenario. He comes in, we hired this young man as a contractor. He falls and hurt himself. What is our liability? Should be zero, right?
Yeah, we don't have workers' comp on that. Well,
He falls and hurts himself on
if we were in
the grass on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Well, the only question I have is, you said that that's just our standard, kind of like a template. Any template or any contract agreements that anybody enter into, are they not forwarded to the attorney's office for review? So we wouldn't have to, why are we asking? Wouldn't he have seen this by now? I'm sorry, Bill. What is our procedure, Mr. Cunningham?
My understanding, and we hadn't done independent contracts, so I don't want to speak for that. The contracts, as soon as I got here, we were taking all contracts. That was one of the reasons we had the discussion with the principal. All those contracts are going back to the office. I didn't create a system for independent contracts for that. I did for each and every one of the personnel that were put into the district.
May I interject? I believe that Mr. Gruce created the template in conjunction with the board attorney for purposes like this, when you have small businesses that might have so that we had a consistent agreement. So I do believe that the attorneys did review that and assist with creation of that document prior to our
Okay,
arrival.
I wasn't here on that. I just know that when we got in, one of the first things that we were talking about is making sure all personnel contracts went back to our legal attorneys to make sure that they were done right and correct.
And
Sometimes
our
that's what it's
attorneys are going, whatever we ask them to put in or take out is what's going to be, you know, in the contract. So unless any other board member disagrees, or we have a majority of the board that disagrees, I believe we are asking for that to be added to the contract. Any objections, board members? I don't think so. Okay. So, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I guess we got the motion out there, right? It's been second, it has been moved.
Mrs. Gasparo moved and Mr. Toure seconded.
Okay, so I don't want to take the vote until, because we want the addition. We need to amend the motion to add certificate of insurance requirement and the amount to be determined by the administration.
And there, I guess, is that a typical, there's no way that, I mean, I guess he could say, well, no, I'm not going to do it, but.
He has it. I mean, he should not.
Because as we vote on it, we're voting with the understanding that he would accept these new conditions or terms that haven't necessarily been discussed with him prior to now. Yeah. Okay. So what is this motion then? A motion to? Love you, Bill. What's the motion that, so that we could write down and?
Gasparo.
I see I'm not the only one calling Jennifer Gasparo, Mrs. Galbraith. JG.
Okay, so what's your
Okay,
pleasure?
can you modify your motion to
Do I have to move to
amend your
amend it?
motion? You don't, no.
Okay,
Yes,
I want to
say-
amend my
To
motion
include
to make sure that the contract includes that we're going to require insurance. Good? Okay.
So that's the motion.
And
We
it's
have a
already been
second? And
seconded.
we-
The second stands to
Are we
raise.
at- Are we at questions yet? I'll second it.
He already did.
Okay. Okay, any further questions?
What do we do if he rejects the contract?
What
I
do we
mean,
do?
you know, we've had the guy for 3 years without insurance, you know. He hasn't sued the district, he hasn't done anything, and if he rejects it, then we're done with him, huh?
You know,
Is
this
this a go or no-go deal to have the insurance?
You know, for
I would think he'd rather pay the 50, I mean, get paid the 50,000 than
very easy to obtain.
pay the couple
This is a
hundred for.
no-brainer. We asked for a certificate of
He's
insurance.
getting
for
paid $60,000. I can't imagine that the insurance is cheaper than.
$300 a year,
Yeah,
$200 a year.
I doubt he'll say no.
Okay.
But
I'm
I
not
would say in the
confident-
future,
I'm
we
not
need
as
to
confident
ensure,
as you are.
Laura, we need to ensure that, because it is difficult to go back, whatever information we want included in a contract, we need to have that in advance. It's very similar to what we were discussing last month with Dr. Williams and the Crete intergovernmental agreement. And I noticed tonight you said they added some addition, there were some additional things that were added. We were all prepared to sign off, and there was some additional. So there can always be additional items, and we should have that language in our contract when it comes to this table. It's just like what you guys were saying earlier. It should just all be here.
And the bottom line is it's good business practice.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said it's good business practice for us. Like I said, we require it from other people. I'm not understanding why we don't for our independent contractors.
Okay, no further questions. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Okay, Mr. Teray? Okay.
No.
You said no? Okay. And Mrs. Gasparo?
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Galbraith, aye.
Aye. Oh, did I say that wrong this time? Okay. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, motion carried. Next up, action report, Superintendent.
Yes.
Voice over IP.
Yes.
Oh, God.
The district voice over IP system and voicemail server failed late in May. All efforts to revive that system have been unsuccessful. It has caused cascading events even when we've done workarounds. We've had many issues where voicemails were not picked up and phones are not being forwarded in a manner that they should be. So we have gone out for a request for proposal, and we are recommending that Sentinel be the group that we hired at a total cost of $239,277 with a $9,814 a year price tag for cloud hosting. The reason that we went with Sentinel is Sentinel has a system that is set up that mixes with all available technology. And the Mitel system that was the other bid, it has specific materials that have to be done by Mitel and Mitel only. So in the beginning, it may look a lot cheaper, but in the end, the only people that we could work with to fix Mitel products and to do Mitel things are Mitel. So over the long run, it would cost us significantly more money. So we recommended what is basically the industry standard from Sentinel. And the recommendation is that the Finance Committee and the administration recommend that the Board of Education accept the proposal from Sentinel for the replacement of the voice over IP system. Were there any questions?
Let me put a motion out there.
Oh.
Can I have a motion to approve the voice over IP phone system, selecting Sentinel? Sentinel. For a price of $239,277.00. Have a motion? Can be today or tomorrow.
Move. I'll move it.
Moved by.
I thought you were.
Mike, would you want a second or no? Dr. Hall moved it.
Okay.
Okay. Moved by Dr. Hall, second by Teray. Questions, please.
I have a clarification. Make sure I'm understanding this correctly, but it says that the Finance Committee and the administration recommend that we accept their proposal. I believe at the July 8th meeting, there was a problem statement on the agenda, and the Finance Committee recommended to expedite the process, but we did not actually see the proposals and recommend Sentinel. Is that correct? Because I know this is the meeting that I missed, so I want to make sure that.
That is.
So this paper that says that the Finance Committee is recommending this, all we did was recommend an expedition, not this
No, not a specific
contract.
That is correct.
Thank you.
That is correct.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
And I may not be understanding these numbers. On the RFP review, it says total cost $239,277. And then when I page down to the next page, it says project total $247,977.
The project includes a kind of redundant system. You're going to take the iCloud, the actual server that we have to replace, and also have a cloud server. One of the issues, and I'm going to explain cloud server, is actually where we have all of the backups out in the cloud. So we wouldn't have an issue like the issue we had this year where we lost all of our data and we're not able to get it back quickly and easily. The money for the actual total cost of the installation and the yearly cost of $9,814 are together. That's why the number is
So
what it is.
Sentinel is not providing a cloud?
No, they are providing the cloud at a yearly cost at which I'm in for of $9,814.
So it's the $239,277 plus the $98,14 for the
That is
first
correct.
year?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay, then, okay, hang on, does that add up? Sorry. Talking a lot of money.
And when we talk about a yearly cost, that $9,814 is a cost that we will have to pay year after year after year. The installation and all of the material for $239,277 is a one-time fee.
Okay, yeah, that needed to be made a little bit more clear
okay.
on here.
Because total
Okay,
cost
I don't
is
think-
inclusive.
So the two.
So the total.
It still
The
doesn't add up.
239 is basically the setup.
Yes,
Right.
and setup and replacement because the old server, yes, it's
And
gone.
who did we have before?
I'm not sure.
All it is out there, Mr. He was, oh, he left.
Do you know who we have now?
We don't have cloud service backup. That was one of the
No,
things we had. And the server, I mean, it was an older server. We didn't have a company who had installed it.
So this is just specifically a system.
Okay, I'm back with you, but I still don't get the same number. Add 239, 277, and 9814, you come out with 249,091, not 247, so I'm missing something. Or I don't know how to add maybe at this hour.
Well, I thought you said the 239 was a setup cost, the 9,000 is.
Right, but then
Let's
this
see.
shows 247, I'm coming up with 249.
What page are you on, Janine?
120. The next page after the RFP review. I don't have a calculator with me, I did it by hand, but 239, 277, and 9814 come out to 249,091, I believe, not 247,977.
The whole summary description that should get us there to the 247 is included under the total project. It shows each and every one of the things that are required. It's on page 118.
So you have a 239 and a 247.
Right, I understand where the 239 went to 247, but when you add the 239 plus the 9814, it does not come to that next amount that you have on page 120 of 247,977. I get 249, which is more than that. So that's what I'm questioning now that you've explained
Okay.
putting the two together.
I kind of had that put together, but I'm looking at our sheet, which talks about the total project, and it's on page 118.
118 is the,
Yeah. 117 is 116 and 117 is my statement. The next page then, it gives the Crete Monee School District summary description by Sentinel.
Wait, where are you at? Okay, that's my page 120, which is showing it at 247,977.
Right, it
But when
shows-
I asked my question, you told me to
Yeah.
add the 239.
That's how I did it before, and I think my numbers were off. I do apologize.
Okay, so we're actually talking about $249,000.
For the startup, but there was, it does, it's my understanding, it did include the 1 year maintenance and the cloud services. And they gave us a $10,000 discount for all the things that went through. You see the total project on your page 120?
Do I see what? I'm sorry.
I mean, do you?
Oh, that
have the-
10,172?
Yes, that was.
Okay.
In the discount that we got for education.
So there's going to be a $29,000 charge every year after the first year for maintenance?
No, that's not my understanding. All we're paying for after that is our cloud services, period.
So do we not have support after 1 year?
Actually, one of the things that we wanted to work with, and that's why we chose this, was that we could actually do a lot of the support here. The reason you didn't go to Mitel is because Mitel is the only company, you have to do their support, and you have to pay for them. We do have available technicians that can do the work, and that's why we wanted to choose Sentinel.
Do we
Because-
have the manpower and
Yes.
the expertise to do the maintenance on it?
Well, part of that is we also get training for them to do the expertise, to have the expertise, so that we can get through there and we can do the work. Mitel did not offer that.
Okay, Mr. Cunningham, so what is the final number?
247,977, and it is not on the sheet as always.
It's on page 120.
Excuse me?
It's on 120 that.
Yes, it is.
So we're gonna pay, the taxpayer's gonna pay $250,000 so we can have voicemail.
It's more than voicemail, it's the entire, I'm sorry, sir, did I cut you off?
That's the cheapest that we can get this? I mean,
No, you could-
This is astonishing.
Yeah, you can get it cheaper. You could do the Mitel. The Mitel is cheaper. But if you do the Mitel and do it cheaper, you're gonna have to go to Mitel for everything. And Mitel will have to do the maintenance or and everything. They get to decide what charge they do. They get to decide how it's done. So they get you in early by looking at the money, and they make you pay later every way through the nose. When we looked at the recommendations going through each and every one of the districts that we have nearby, we found out the districts that had Mitel were struggling because of that. And that districts would really love to be able to take the system out, but it's cost prohibitive because you already paid the amount that Mitel has, which is $173,000. But you have to tear out the whole thing in order to use it. You can't do pieces. You can't fix it. It's only them. So they get you in at a low price, and then they make you pay for it over and over again. The other part about that is this is not just a voicemail system. It's the voice over IP system. It controls how we ring. It controls if information or rings go through your high schools, through your middle schools, to make sure that we get a voice answer for people. It's more than just a little piece.
When you say it rings at different schools, can you explain? I mean,
We
so
have
if they
what's
don't
called-
answer at one school, it shifts to another school?
Well,
Just
I
keep-
shouldn't say school,
Department.
school to school, but it's from phone to phone within a school. They call them hunt groups.
Hunting, yeah.
Yeah, they call them hunt groups. And you can design hunt groups to make sure that phones get answered as they do their searches. And it's over the entire voice over IP system.
So this is going to be hardware and software?
Yes. And it is hardware that they install and that we would be able to maintain after we got through.
And when would this be implemented?
As soon as possible. They have given us a timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. We're working with them to cut this down as much as possible. The Board of Education asked us to expedite it, and we did. We got it to you as quickly as we could.
I do have one more question regarding that yearly support cost. In the RFP, it says hardware and software, 24/7, 365 support provided at a yearly renewal rate. And then down at the bottom of the page, 120, it says maintenance and support, $29,985.
We are looking to be able to do the maintenance and support ourselves. That's part of the understanding. We can do some of the work. We have the
We
capability.
can do some of it.
Yes.
So when you renew it, though, don't you renew for everything, or is
No,
there
I
a
won't.
piece
No,
and
we're
package
just-
here?
No, we're not going to renew for everything. We're going to get those items that we can't do, if there are items that we can't do. The reason we're looking at this type of software, this type of hardware system, is it is an industry standard that we can do, and we would be able to do, and we could actually call another person to do it, and who could do it maybe cheaper than even Sentinel, if there was a reason to get it done.
Okay, so they would
We're
allow
looking
you,
for-
if you chose to renew with them, to do a partial support package?
Partial or independent ones where they come out to do one or two things. You don't have to do that.
Okay, and we know that for sure.
Yes, that was my understanding of the contract when we went with it, when I sat down with our IT director, who is not here at this.
He ditched
time.
us.
Yeah.
Okay, just clarifying some things, thank you.
How much engagement did our IT director have with this process?
He was
a driver?
He was the driver, that is correct.
Okay, any further questions?
Want a little clarity on what we'd be getting should this be approved. I asked what system do we have? You all said we don't, but I'm looking here, it says it's a Cisco-based system, which is what we currently have. Current infrastructure is Cisco. So what you're saying is Cisco has failed us, and we did get complaints. I think Mr. Teray was saying at our personnel meeting and discussion, concerns with voicemail and calls not going through. So we know we have some issues with that. So it looks like we are getting voicemail. Basically, it's the system infrastructure that we already have. So additionally, we are getting voicemail, and looks like Google Voice to text messaging.
And also the ability.
And the cloud.
Yes.
That we purchased additionally.
Yes, but there's more to this in the internal system. When our system failed, it stopped being able to do hunt groups. properly at all times. It stopped being able to do the voicemail at all times. And even when we did workarounds for the voicemail, we couldn't guarantee that it would actually work. Now, it is a Cisco-based system. That is the industry standard that is out there. That's why we're looking at a Cisco-based system.
I guess I would have wanted a little more information about what we're getting for this amount.
What's the worst case scenario if we chose not to approve this tonight?
We
What
would be,
risk does that pose on the district?
we would be heading into school and continuing to have the voicemail issues that we have right now. And, I mean, the board asked me to expedite this to get here as quickly as possible.
That is correct.
And as I expedited, we could have gotten a lot more information, and probably, as I can tell you, asking those questions, we could have had a lot more information for it. But what we were looking for is to get the right system here and get it installed and set up as quickly as possible.
So what if we take a step back and clearly digest this, through the finance committee and bring it to the board? So you're saying that the risks are on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the worst. Again, what would you say if we did not? All right, can you hear me better? Okay, no problem. I'm saying on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the worst, if we chose not to vote on this system tonight, where will it put our district in as far as the risk and safety and all of that?
We have significant issues with communication, and the failure of this system has exacerbated it. So I would put 4 to 4.5. We have a lot of things that we have to put in this anyway. I mean, we have to put more human systems in here. But if we don't have our hardware and software to be the background of this, we're going to have a lot more issues.
So
Because-
Senatel is not the lowest bidder, but they are the lowest responsible bidder in this case.
If you would put it in that language, that is correct. Bad reviews and a system that we have to go through them to get it fixed. They get you in the end.
And we only know one other district that uses this.
One other local district. I think there's several other districts. Yes. I mean, lots of challenges here. And we're trying to go at this fairly quickly to get this up and running. We need it.
But you're ultimately not saying that you guys, I was in the conversation, myself and Mr. Teray just last week on the expedition of the process, and it's certainly cumbersome. I spent a lot of time today calling the school district and could not reach a single person. I couldn't hear anybody that I was trying to reach, and a corporate organization not having adequate communication, that's absolutely unacceptable. And you had it, I think we talked last week about this whole idea of information going from the voicemail to a person's email, is it an email that you
Yes.
said? And essentially, so we lose complete communication. You can call this building like I did today, and it just didn't do anything. It just acted as if this place doesn't exist. And same thing with your office, nobody's phone worked. So we have to do something yesterday.
Right, and we've been struggling with this since May. We need to get it fixed. It's causing issues with our parents and our communication.
But you are assuring us that you went through the expedite process, because of course we ask you to do that, and we don't deny that. But in doing so, that you have done absolute due diligence as far as, because you know how you rush, because we're rushing because we need to get it done, but that it is, you dug in and made sure that we're not getting stuck. And I think the price is just, it's technology, so it's expensive off the top of the hat, I guess, is what we're.
Servers are not,
Right.
they're not cheap. But the challenge that we have with this is, we looked through and we only really had 2 bidders that actually followed all of the rules. So I had 2 bidders to go through, and then I'm checking them, and one has awful reviews, and they have this setup, and the other one is the industry standard, and we can get them in, and we can get them in fast. It wasn't as cheap as we would like to have it, but we need to get this done.
And just for clarity, the system Cisco that we have, based on what our new technology, let's just say his experience, there has been no proven way to, let's just say, get us to buy a time frame to, and I'm not suggesting it, I'm just asking if that was a thought. And I only say that because, I don't like to be pushed in a store to just choose one or the other. That's the way I feel. This other Mitel is not even an option, but this one is the only other option, which means that we don't have any wiggle room. And it's because we're putting the pressure on you guys to address this. Had you had additional days or whatever, do you think that you could find something different? And I'm not suggesting that cheapness is always, we want quality, certainly. But we don't even know that this is necessarily the best, or is it the best because they happen to be the ones that provided the bid processes or requirements that you guys ask?
There was another company that was similar to this with all of the similar information that was maybe a little cheaper, but they had not followed our process, and we're not going to go through that. And I wasn't very comfortable with that. We wanted to make sure that we follow our RFP process, and we have a good system. We do. This is a good system. This is what we need. Giving me more time, we might find somebody a little bit cheaper, but the cost that we're going to be paying for lack of communication will be a lot higher than whatever we say.
Does this put the calls to email?
Yes, it does.
Well, we've been talking about this since before school got out last year and trying to get this thing fixed. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a total failure. There shouldn't be a rush. We've had since May of last, that this stuff hasn't been working right. And I don't understand why we're now at the 11th hour and we're going to stick the taxpayers with $250,000 to get the phones working. There was 3 months, almost 4 months to get something done here. As far as I'm concerned, you dropped the ball on this.
Mr. Cunningham, can I ask you a question? I believe in our casual conversation with the IT director, did he not have a background with knowing Sentinel's quality and able to deal with them, and he felt certain that his team would be able to learn it, to support it, and that Sentinel would do everything to ensure that? I sort of took that away from that little quick conversation, that he was very confident, and I thought maybe he had previous dealings with them, or he knew of somebody who had previous dealings with them, and he felt more comfortable that they could meet the requirements.
That is correct. He was comfortable that they would be able to meet the requirements. They had previous dealings, because when we had the first failure where we weren't getting any phone system or anything else out, Sentinel did come out to help, along with other
he
people.
felt his team was definitely going to be able to be trained
That is
to
correct.
support most of what we were getting. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I understand your frustration, Mr. Teray, but we've worked very hard. Our IT system has worked very hard. This is not something that you can snap your fingers at to turn around. This equipment, it's not cheap. We do need to get it right, and we didn't want to jump in and find something or get something or do something that would not be supportable, that we could not move forward on. One of the things that our IT director calls it is future proofing. We weren't trying to get something that we would be coming back to see you again next year to say, oh, we chose the wrong thing. We wanted to make sure we did our due diligence, even though we were going as fast as possible.
Well, just keep in mind, 2 years ago, Mark stood in front of the group at the time, our prior IT director and told us that everything was going to be peachy keen and wonderful when we went to this Google system. And we were promised that everything was going to be great. And the cost was, I don't remember the cost at that time, but it obviously is a total failure. So
I wouldn't say that
I
either.
can't.
We're talking about different systems here. You're
it's two
talking about
different-
Google
yeah.
Education as compared to a
It's not
voice
the same.
over IP system. Google for Education, we are still using. I know there are others in the district, including myself, who like Microsoft, but the district is saving significant funds by going with Google. And we have a person that can support Google and that is training people to do Google. And we even have a Google team that's out there by building to make sure that that information is getting to our teachers so that we get better every day. I couldn't call Mark's statement a total failure. I can say that the server failed and that there were issues with it, and servers don't have a very long life system. We've had that server as long as possible. It costs big money to replace them.
And I will say too that Mark Direct did make a concern about our servers with the way they are housed and possible overheating. He did warn the board about that as well.
and they're still there, right?
They're still there. And I'll
Less
say why they're
direction.
still there is because when he brought it to the board, the previous administration counteracted what he said. So maybe that's why the system crashed.
Yeah, the issue again came up to the finance committee by, I believe, a couple board members, including Mike, that how disgusted he was with the phone system in its totality. And we kind of gave directions to the administrators to, hey, let's get us a system up and running before the school year starts. And there's been some challenging thing by the superintendent and his team with other things they have to address. So this was kind of put on a fast track as fast as they can get it. And here we are. So no, I didn't see it. We didn't get this in the finance committee, this part here. And it came to me, can we bring it to the board? I said, yeah, let's get it to the board. So it was kind of conducive for us to have this conversation.
And
that's
Dr.
where we are.
Williams, if you just bring the entire board, because we discussed it in personnel, because Mr. Teray felt it was urgent, of course. The point is, you gave us some instruction about why the ball sort of, for lack of a better term, was dropped from the time that Mr. Teray is suggesting that May through now, where have we been with this process and why isn't it in place August 19th? You told us something. At the personnel meeting, you gave us an explanation.
I think you went through the RFP process and why you went to the RFP process.
The RFP process, due to the amount, the anticipated cost, we went through the competitive purchasing process. So we have to draft the request for proposal. We have to give the prospective vendors time to respond to that. We have to have, then we have to review and analyze those documents. We have to publish a notice in the paper and give them time to respond. So that process does usually take, I would say, 6 to 8 weeks from end to end.
So 2 months. What is that, 2 months? Okay.
Okay, so, well,
take the vote.
Got a motion on the floor, I believe, right? And we moved it. We had discussion. I guess it's a matter of voting. Any further discussion? If not, Madam Secretary, take a roll call, please.
Mr. Teray?
No.
And Mrs. Gasparo?
No.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion carry. Next up, Superintendent.
Yes, sir. In looking at our calendar, as we went through some items, trying to make sure that we could get all of the proper recognition for the public so that they would have all of the information necessary on our budget, we were recommending that the board move that date from the 22nd, September 22nd, to September 29th for the tentative budget resolution for the actual Board of Education hearing so that we could go over budget. That would give us a little more time to make sure we had everything in line and ready to go forward.
This does not affect our date with the state, right?
No, it still keeps us within the timeline as required by the state.
Okay.
Would this be in addition to the September 15th?
Yes, we had September 15th listed and September 22nd.
Okay,
We're
we're
asking to
changing the
move the
22nd.
September 22nd meeting to September 29th.
And we're keeping the 15th?
Yes, we are, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And the law says that it has to be approved by September the 30th.
That is correct.
So you just need us to agree to that? Is that what we're doing?
All right. Yeah, I just want to see here. All right, I just need a motion to approve the Board of Education meeting date revision.
And it has to be on a Tuesday, right?
Don't have to be on the
different
Tuesday.
if you wanted to. We just moved it a week.
No, I was just asking because is everybody in agreement with that they can be here for that day?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's 4.
Janine, we're asking, is everybody available for the 29th, the change?
I'm available. They don't pull my teeth that day.
So the motion is out there to approve the meeting date revision from September 22nd, 2015 to Tuesday to September 29th, 2015. I got the motion out there. Do I have someone to move it? Moved by Dr. Hall.
Second.
Second by Mr. Toure. Any questions?
You just have enough time to post it in the paper and all that?
Okay, this is not leap year this year, is it?
I have a few days of cushion in there too.
All right. Okay, no further discussion. Roll call, please. Madam Secretary.
Okay, Mr. Toure?
Aye. Aye.
All right, okay. Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall? Oh,
Aye.
and Mrs. Gasparo?
Somebody's got to tell me where we're at, I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, no. Okay, revise, we're just amending the approved dates of scheduled board meeting for September 29th.
I moved it back 1 week.
Okay, you want to vote?
Aye.
Okay,
I already wrote that down.
all right.
Okay, motion.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, business. Resolution. Next up, Dr. Hall, business. That's Dr. Williams. Sorry. I've been
Yeah.
up since 1 this morning.
Yes, included in your packet is the 2015-16 tentative budget, along with supporting documents. As required by law, the tentative budget must be placed on display for a minimum of 30 days prior to its adoption. In addition, a public hearing of said budget must be held. There's an executive summary, and I'd like to provide a few of the highlights from that summary. The revenue for the year is estimated at $70.8 million. This represents an increase of less than 1% over the prior year. It's also worth noting that the revenue estimate includes a proration of our second largest source of revenue, that being general state aid. This year, the district will lose at least $1 million as a result of the state's inability to fully fund general state aid. Now, the state has estimated that they will prorate us to 92% of what we are entitled to. My budgeted amount is 87%, and that's based on what we experienced last year, where they promised a certain amount in August, and in April, they reduced that amount. So I'm more conservative as it relates to that estimate. On the expenditure side, our expenditures are estimated at $74.9 million, and this represents a decrease of roughly 2% over the prior year. Keep in mind, these are unaudited figures. Our expenditures include reductions associated with the 3-year efficiency plan. It includes capital projects associated with the facility master plan. And it includes estimated increase in staff benefits, purchase services, and supplies. The tentative budget, of course, is subject to change as additional information regarding anticipated revenues and expenditures continues to come in through the month of August and sometimes at the beginning of September. In summary, the anticipated operating deficit is $4.1 million, which I must say is a marked improvement over the deficit that was planned for the prior year. It is the recommendation of the Finance Committee that the Board of Education approve the tentative budget as presented and direct the administration to place it on display as required by law. Further, it is requested that a public hearing to review said budget be set for September 29th, 2015 at 6:30 p.m. This concludes my report as it relates to the tentative budget, and I'd be happy to address any questions from the Board of Education at this time. I'm sorry? The 29th at 6:30 p.m. as part of the regular board meeting. It will be part of the board meeting.
Janine and Jennifer, if you don't already know, we typically have 2 board meetings in September. We decided to do that because we will be having our education report as well as our budget report, and we were having them both on the same night, and it would prolong the evening. So a few years back, we decided to do 2 meetings in September. So one is the regular board meeting. We will be having our education report from Laura, and this additional board meeting, we will have our budget hearing.
Okay, and this tentative budget has to be posted for public review for 30 days?
Yes, sir, a minimum of 30 days, and included in your packet is the public notice that I plan to have issued in the newspaper this Friday so that we are in compliance in that regard.
Okay, we have to approve the resolution?
Yes, sir, the resolution is included as well.
Okay.
I got one question.
Okay.
On the revenues, we have $2 million unaudited this year, investment income, nothing budgeted. Are we?
That's actually, that was a transfer from working cash to other funds, so it's not investment income, it's the other.
What was the question? I'm sorry. Jennifer?
Said that there was $2 million in investment income / other this year that we're not budgeting for next year. That was the transfer.
The infamous $2 million.
I have one question. Does the great state of Illinois have to pass a budget down there in Springfield for us to get any of this money?
They've already.
No, I can tell you that. I sent the information to the Board of Education when the education portion of the budget was passed. They did that very early in the summer to make sure that all schools could open. Their struggle, and I think I put it out in the FYI also, just to make sure that everybody knew our money was already allocated.
Okay.
And the governor has signed it too, all of those.
It's all signed,
That
can't
was the
take
only
it
thing
back. Okay.
I didn't say that.
Dr. Ann, I have one question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
You're saying that it's going to be available as of the August 19th. It's dated the 18th, and you're talking 30 days. Is it 30 days from the day it appears in the newspaper, 30 days from the day we're dating it, 30 days from the day it's available? When is that 30 days?
It's the notice is dated the day that the board approves it, and it's 30 days from the day that it goes on display. So my intent is to put it on display Friday.
Your intent?
Okay, so that
My
date,
intent.
that date would not be the 19th,
Well,
correct?
I will make a request to the newspaper to print it on Friday, yes.
I think the statute,
It'll be more than 30 days.
it's actually 30 days prior to the hearing, correct?
Yes.
It has to be posted within 30 days.
It has to
prior
be on
the
display
hearing.
30 days prior to the public hearing.
We're good.
And it doesn't matter when it appears in the newspaper, then?
It will.
Because that'll be after the 19th.
It'll be updated to reflect the day that
Okay.
it's going to go in the paper. There's a certain timeline in which the paper you have to comply with their guidelines, and they have to get the proof back to you. So I have to basically talk to them and confirm the date that they'll print it. So those dates will be accurate.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any further questions? If not, I would like a motion to approve the resolution for the tentative FY16 budget and setting the public hearing date.
Moved.
Moved by Galbraith. Janine?
Yes.
Second. Second by Board Member Sanders. Any further discussion? If not, Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Aye.
Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo? Aye. Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Secretaries, aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion carried. Okay, Dr. Williams, fireworks.
Yes, for several years, the Athletic Booster Club president has submitted a request to the Board of Education to display fireworks during the homecoming game, and this year is no different. Mr. Sawalish has submitted that request for this year's homecoming game, which is scheduled for September 25th. Supporting documents are included in your packet, including insurance information, the proposed agreement, and a map as to where the fireworks will be. So it is the administration's recommendation that the Board of Education approve this request for fireworks display at the homecoming game.
Okay, we make a motion?
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the firework display
So moved.
at our homecoming?
Second.
Alrighty. Any discussion? I'm just looking at the certificate of insurance, which is a good thing, but are we listed? I don't think we are listed at, yeah, we are. I'm sorry. Good. That's
As an
how it should
additional
be.
insured.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes, great. Okay. Alrighty. Any questions? Any further discussion? If not, roll call, please.
Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Mrs. Gasparo? Aye. Mrs. Galbraith?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Secretaries, aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Okay, motion carry. You're still up, Dr. Williams. Facility assessments.
Yes, included in your packet is a recommendation to approve the revised life safety information. The new architect has updated the information and submitted it accordingly. The schedule of work items and the estimated cost are attached for your review and consideration. I'd be happy to address any questions from the Board of Education at this time regarding that item.
No, not at this time. Let me make a motion. Can I have a motion to approve the facility assessment that included some change with the master plan based on architect review, so on and so forth? Can I have a motion, please?
So move.
Moved by Board Member Sanders,
Second.
second by Dr. Hall. Questions, please, or comments?
I have questions. I am trying to figure out what life safety, and I know we have our attorney here to talk about this. What is the definition in the Illinois State Code of a life safety item?
A life safety item?
Yeah, what constitutes a life safety item?
I guess the easiest way to describe it is that the life safety code is akin to a building code, which you're probably more familiar with. Municipalities have building codes, and so the life safety code is essentially a building code for schools. So it follows, I have it here somewhere, but basically it follows a bunch of international guidelines with respect to building requirements, like the International Building Code, International Energy Conservation Code, International Existing Building Code, International Fire Code, International Fuel Gas Code, International Mechanical Code. So things that are violations of those codes are considered life safety items.
Okay, I guess my next question is, that kind of encompasses everything, in my opinion. It's just probably, a license to steal.
What is that?
I think what bothers me the most and bothers the public is when you say life safety. Are these items truly unsafe for our children or our administrators to be in these facilities if these items are not corrected? That's the basic question. Is it does it render the building unsafe if we do not spend the 20-something million dollars that they're looking for and calling life safety? That's the bottom line. What does that Illinois code say?
Right, Mr. Trey, they look at the various things differently. So they look at first, is it an imminent threat to the health and safety, and that would create an emergency where they would basically come and shut down your school. Then they have items that the ROE would determine are urgent, which require you to repair within 12 months. And then they have items which they deem required, that are necessary for a safe environment, but present less of an immediate hazard to the safety of students. And those types of items, you have a period of, I believe, 5 years to complete. So if your question is, if these aren't corrected tomorrow, does the building fall down, or is it unsafe for kids to be in there? Probably not, but that's the way that the code is set up.
Okay, that leads me to the next question. We had these life safety items or similar ones years ago. This is not new. We do this every 3 or 4 years or 5 years. They do this life safety survey.
Mm-hmm. It's required every 10 years, but you can do it more often.
Okay, well, I know they did it 10 years ago, and they said these items had to be corrected, and they didn't do any of them. And we're still occupying the buildings. So what is the enforcement of this code where you're saying there's 6 months, 12 months, urgent, emergent, within 5 years? Well, we didn't do that in 201U at the last time that the school board in place did this assessment. There were items that were life safety, and they blew it off. How do we still have the doors open? How can we have these students in here and say, well, it's okay that they didn't do it because, they didn't have the money? And, you're saying that this has a deadline for the categories, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't do it last time, but we still have the doors open and we still have kids in the school. What are we in violation of, and how do we fix that violation?
essentially the ROE can come in and list the various things that you haven't completed and then give you a time frame within which to complete them. And if he or she, whoever the ROE is, does that and you fail to complete them within the deadline, then they will withhold your general state aid in an amount sufficient to create the repairs.
Because we didn't do it. You know, I was here in the community. I think the mayor's out there. He knows. They didn't do these things before, but we still got the doors open here. So what do we do? How do I, as a responsible citizen and a school board member, get to the ROE or whoever I have to get to shut these buildings down until it's done, or we reclassify this stuff? I mean, you know, you can't have it both ways. I don't think you can just say, it's okay, we didn't do it before, now we got to do it. Well, you know, we don't have $27 million, you know, and the state's not going to give us that money. So what do, you know, this doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so are we saying that because a previous board, who in your statement and my assessment, it was negligent in handling the safety of our students, that we're going to continue in that process? Because the state is flexible or being deemed flexible on the idea of allowing our buildings to remain open? What are we saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying they gave them a time frame before of 5 years to have this done. It wasn't done.
Right.
We still got the doors open.
Okay.
Okay? So there's no teeth in this. If it's 5 years and it should have been done and it didn't happen, they should have closed the doors or withheld this funding, as he said, until they got all that life safety stuff that was identified in the last time they did this completed. And we didn't complete it. We're still allowing children in those buildings that have life safety items that were not completed and deemed had to be done within 5 years. So we're negligent to allow those buildings to still be open, knowing that they didn't do it in the past. If these laws are enforceable, if this is a statute that should be enforced, it should be enforced. No? You're the attorney. Am I wrong here? What?
This statute, the compliance with it is enforced by the ROE. So there's a statutory process that the ROE needs to go through before you get to the point of the withholding of state aid. So what the ROE does is essentially up to him or her. With respect to shutting the doors, the ROE doesn't have the lawful authority to quote unquote shut the doors unless there's an imminent threat of safety to the kids. So they won't come in and shutter the doors because you didn't complete all the life safety items. They'll come in and shut the doors if you didn't complete life safety items that create an imminent hazard to the students or the staff or the persons in the building.
Okay, I understand the imminent part, okay? If there's something that's going to hurt the children, we fix it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, okay? But this statute, the way you explained it to us, it's life safety, and it has to be done within a 5-year time frame, the least important or least urgent, whatever. And they didn't do it. So now does that least urgent thing become an imminent thing after 5 years? Does it become now an emergency and should have been done and constitute drastic action? Or is it just, well, you know, we just didn't get it done?
So when you approve the survey, it goes to the ROE, who then reviews it and approves it, and it goes to the state. And if the state approves it, then it goes back to the ROE, who then classifies the items as what they are. So if it was a recommended item that wasn't urgent before, the ROE could look at it and say, hey, now I think that it is urgent. And that's their determination to make. They do the classifications at that office.
Okay, what are these things that have been identified here? What are the classifications? Is it on here, Dr. Williams? Are these things classified somewhere?
That the urgent versus required, is that what you're asking?
I thought you said the ROE classifies
ROE
that.
makes that determination. So these haven't gotten to the ROE. So what I think this survey, usually, what they usually do is they show what is a violation.
I thought these have already been to the ROE and have to go to the ISB, Illinois State Board of Education. No? Is that, we got two more steps with these, or what, Dr. Williams?
They're going to the, the state board, and I believe that information is then forwarded to the ROE
So
directly
our-
from the state board.
It's a simultaneous thing? It goes to both of them at the same time?
No, the state board must approve
ROE,
it.
It goes to ROE, State Board, then back to ROE.
Oh, well.
Let me get the acronyms right.
Sure.
ROE means Regional Office of Education.
Yes, sir.
That's lower than the State Board of Education,
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes, sir.
In
The
the
ROE.
in the hierarchy?
And the hierarchy of the
Okay,
educational
so-
world, yes.
So, but it goes to the Illinois State Board of Education first, and then comes back to the ROE?
For the implementation of the plan, correct? Because think of the ROE as your building inspector. That's essentially the role that they serve. They come in and make sure that you're in compliance with the life safety code. So that's why it goes back to it, because they're the local authority who enforces the life safety code.
Okay, well, I'm seeing this whole thing. Our previous architects identified $2,400,000 and something in life safety work was required for the building. And then we go on and it talks about life safety is now $17 million, plus 10% in comparison to the cost for the new addition of 14,828, et cetera. So I'm just not understanding this whole life safety concept. When you say life safety, it scares people. It scares me because it's saying that it's not safe. That scares me. But now you're saying, if I understand this right, it's really not unsafe. It's just something that needs to get fixed within a time period. But it's not unsafe.
But it's up to the ROE to categorize.
Is the ROE going to come in here and inspect this stuff? Is he going to come in and actually walk through these buildings?
That is required.
They're going to do that. And then they're going to determine whether it's safe or unsafe for our children.
Different categories.
That's part of it, but part of the categorization also. They have to walk through. We have inspections from the ROE. We went through an inspection last year. We'll go through this inspection once it's approved by the Illinois State Board of Education. And these are life safety items. It's for the safety of the students. There are different categorizations. The ROE does those categorizations. It's our job to make sure that they get fixed in that timely manner after that.
Well, I'm just getting confused, and I'm not going to take up more time. I know everybody's tired, but I don't, just for the record, I know this has been done before. The things weren't fixed. The sky didn't fall down. That board, in my opinion, was negligent on not following through with these items. And now we're faced with this dilemma on what do we do if the ROE comes in here and says these items are urgent and we don't have any money in the bank to fix it. So what do we do now? That's the dilemma that we have. Do we do what the prior board did and just kick the can down the road? What do we do? If we're going to be diligent about it, then we need to fix all this stuff. So
Yeah,
where are we going to get that money?
Just from my point of view, when this whole life safety issue came up, and I was somewhat of a novice when it came up, and I saw and took in my possession the previous life safety survey in 2003, and I compared it to 2013, and I said, whoa, some of the same issues coming up. What's going on here? That doesn't make it right. And I refuse to point the finger at those who was in charge in 2003 for whatever reason. I said, we have to do the right thing. We have to do the right thing. And minimum, we need to follow the law. Whatever that is, we need to follow the law.
I think I just want to say that, Mr. Torre, because I was trying to get clarity from you earlier. I don't think, I am saying the previous board was negligent, but maybe for many reasons, none of which explains to me why we might put students for any reason in harm's way. So I'm of the opinion as we go forward, when you know better, you do better. So we know that there are some issues. We have the opportunity. I don't know what their circumstances were, because we were all shocked when we saw some of the things. You guys had conversations, oh, the sixth grade center is full of asbestos. Well, if it was full of asbestos, I don't think we would have wanted our kids there had we known that. So I think when people have whatever information, they decide to do with it at that point. But we're charged now, it seems, to do the best that we can, given and knowing what we know. It seems like I hear you saying perhaps that the Illinois is maybe too flexible, or maybe even the ROE with their, because somebody should have been disciplined or some measure or real action to provide some fear in us, or maybe like you're saying, the doors, if people knew that the doors would be shut, maybe they would have taken the action. But we're here today, and I hope we'll be able to do the right thing as it relates to safety for the kids, and even staff, anybody that's coming through here.
Okay. Can I ask Bill a real quick question? Bill, is there where we are at right now, is there an option for the board to not do this?
Well, the way the statute reads, it says once the survey is done, the board.
I'm sorry.
The statute, the way it reads, I read it as a mandatory obligation of the board. Once the survey is done and indicates that there's violations, it's that the school board shall approve the safety survey report, including any recommendations to effectuate compliance with the code, and submit it to the regional superintendent. So arguably, it's a mandatory obligation of the board, which could be enforced by a suit for mandamus if you guys didn't do it. So there's an argument that you're required to do it.
So that's the standard procedure you're saying?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sanders.
That's the standard procedure for the
standard procedure is once the survey is done, because the survey could come back that you don't have any violations, but if it comes back that there's violations, the board's supposed to approve the report and send it to the ROE.
And basically, once you get a report, you are then
charged,
basically held accountable. This is knowledge that you had and you didn't do anything about it.
Correct.
But I think the key thing he read here, and keep in mind, you said shall. Shall and must are two different words.
Let me
and
be
it's a
clear.
weasel word.
Are you
Sorry.
advocating that we not?
Huh?
Are you advocating for us not doing?
No, I'm just
these-
saying that it says shall do it, and it doesn't say must do it. And that's two
I don't know
different,
if any
two
of the
different
language says-
Clarification, shall goes
Maybe
just
it is
down the
must.
line as a must.
Yes.
And you will, shall is will.
The way that the courts
Shall and must
typically, when they're
interchange.
doing statutory construction, when they review the word shall, it's a mandatory term.
It is.
There we go.
Okay, I stand corrected. Thank you.
Okay.
Just one question for Mr. Cunningham. The architectural, since we changed, the architectural firm, can you just state, oh, I'm sorry, can you state how long they've been in business? Their feedback is what we're going by.
Well, we're going with an architect who I think was licensed in 1983. He has his own firm. He's well respected by the state of Illinois. I think about 90 to 94% of the business that they do is school business. These guys are well recognized, not only in our area, but statewide. They're one of the larger companies out. And with us, we have one of the founding partners that's a part of our actual project, which is not normal for these items. Dr. Williams, do you remember how long they've been in business as a setup? I just remember talking to Dwayne about how long he'd been doing this.
DLA has been in business for 32 years. I know Dwayne obviously was an architect before he started his own firm, so I believe that he was an architect for at least 40 years. Excuse me, for at least 40 years.
Okay, Terry, we do have a motion, right, on the floor?
Yep, and seconded.
And we have quite a bit of discussion. Okay, if there's no further discussion or comments, Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Okay, Mr. Toure?
No.
And Mrs., oh, she's gone. Okay, Mrs. Galbraith? Aye. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
Any old business? Thank you. Any new business? Thank you.
For what?
I'm sorry, I guess that would be news business. I have a couple things for new business.
Okay, let's go back. No old business? Okay, new business. Thank you.
Okay, I have new business, a couple things. We're going to look for a date for forum, and while you guys are taking a look at a date for forum, I'd like to pass out our district calendar, something that we had promised our Board of Education. This is district board calendar. Actually, I can only.
Thank God. I'll save one for Jennifer. You need this? Well, she gets her,
Okay, what you have in front of you is this year's calendar. Now, all dates and times are subject to change, but they're the calendars that we made up this year, and it starts in July and goes through June of 2016. So if we're looking for a forum, I think this would be a great place to take a good look at it. It would show our meetings, what's open and what's not. If you'll make a recommendation of, I think we said we would like to do 3 dates, then I would get that information up on the website as soon as possible.
For the forum? Dates for
Yes,
the forum?
dates for the forums.
Okay.
And I will send this out again digitally. And if there's any information or any concerns that board members have, I'll make adjustments to that and republish it out to everyone.
Well, I'd like to say thank you. This is a long time coming, even prior to you getting the position you are in as board president, just wanting our board to be more knowledgeable and having information at their fingertips and being able to plan ahead as much as possible. So this will help keep us on track as well as keep us informed on pertinent board occurrences, activities, events. So thank you. And I believe Terry helped as well.
Yes, she
Thank
was.
you,
She was
Mrs.
very
Tobin.
helpful.
As far as forum dates, we're looking at September, October.
I personally think it should be September. My question is, can we substitute, because it just looks like everything is swallowed up in September, but to me, it looks like it would be a good idea while people are very, very interested. My hope is in the start of school success and that we get it in as early as possible. But it also looks like it's at least 2 some early dismissals, all those curriculum nights. 3. So I was just wondering if we could, utilize I'm a volunteer, policy, like we used to kind of catch up, just a suggestion, and have it for that day as exclude what are you going to say?
That is,
Press Plus? But okay, we got a new Press Plus, but we don't.
I didn't get a chance to look at it today either. It just showed up today.
Well, I'm
But
just saying, is that an just until you look at it, because Press Plus before we were still 3 months having a meeting. We're caught up because we have them every month.
Yes.
So if we put one, I'm just saying, if that's just an open date.
That is an open date. The only thing I look at is that's September 8th. I mean, that's a very, very short turnaround for us to get prepared. Just very, as interested as you are, I just not only want this to happen, I want it to happen and look good. If we go to the second half of September or the beginning of October, I'm okay with that. I want to make sure we get our kids in and get everything going forward before we start a forum discussion.
But when you say the second half, you've already we have 2 meetings in the lower part of the month.
Yes, ma'am, we do. We got the 15th and the 29th.
I can't spend the night here every day.
I understand, ma'am. Is it possible to take a look at the
meetings regardless of in the entire month? So even if we do it early September, that's a third
same thing
meeting.
Is it possible taking a look at the policy committee in October, the 13th? Would you volunteer the 13th of October?
Sure. Because you got it for Tuesday. Tuesday?
Yes, ma'am.
Tuesday.
Right,
They're not having policy. We have the policy Thursday in the
That
morning.
needs to be changed.
They just haven't changed it. on
Okay,
here.
we'll get those changed.
So it's not, yeah.
Our
This is
education
your old
committees
calendar.
are
for-
Thursday
Yeah.
mornings.
We'll make adjustments.
And I want to ask, I know before we have moved personnel to that second week, but what I think we are coming across is discussing personnel
And the
issues and not, if something comes out of personnel and it affects the board meeting the following week, that's kind of a short time. Would you agree, Lyle? Do you think it'd be helpful to have it the week prior? Or earlier in the week if
I think we were having it the week prior before.
Yeah.
And that was fine with me. Having it a week
That was
later
good.
has less occurring between the personnel meeting and the board meeting. But, so it's kind of a trade-off, and I'm open to whatever the board wants.
The only concern that I would have is if we had other things that were going on between then and the board, now the board doesn't really get a chance to see it. That's a concern that the board has had. You want to see it. We could get more stuff done by having it at the beginning and seeing it. But then if anything happened afterwards, we have issues.
so. What about earlier in the week? That gives you a few more days. Instead of having it Thursday mornings, maybe Tuesday or.
I'm open to whatever day the personnel committee chair wants to set it. If you want to do it Tuesday, that's fine.
To Tuesday morning.
Okay. Tuesday, the 8th of September was
That was policy,
yes, let's see where we are.
but is that going to be in the morning? Because that time is wrong.
Yeah, that time is wrong, and it also needs to be switched to Thursday. I will make that switch also. We have
So policies will be,
Thursday mornings.
so on the personnel, it's me, Janine, and Mike. Are you all okay with changing the day of the week for personnel meeting? maybe doing Tuesday morning, giving them a couple more days of, is it worth it?
Well, isn't that just one day earlier? Because we were normally doing
Oh, it
those
was on
Wednesday. Yeah, it was on Wednesday. It's one day earlier. I mean, if you're trying to get 2 days, you're asking for real tough. That's Monday morning, first thing. One day would be helpful, but Monday morning, first thing, personnel might be a challenge.
Okay.
So Tuesday? Yeah, Tuesday the 15th?
The week prior.
I'm sorry, you can't hear me at all? Is that better? Oh, okay.
There's no other comments right now. Mr. Cunningham is the only one.
I was looking at, we said we'd want to keep it in that second week, but maybe move it a day earlier or two. I was saying Monday might be a little bit of a stretch, but that Tuesday would work if everybody was okay with that.
Is that gonna make an impact? Is it just,
We'll be ready to go when you want us to be ready. So if you want to make it Tuesday, we'll just back our timeline up.
no, the whole thing we're talking about, is it gonna give you extra time for, like, if you have a personnel issue and you have a board meeting coming up?
Right.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah.
So it does give you an additional time and you would be amenable to that? No.
Because you don't want to do it the week before.
No, because I'd be worried about it.
I can do Tuesday, September 8th, but I cannot do September 9th. I have a medical appointment.
Okay.
So let's move the personnel, these microphones, meetings to Tuesday mornings.
Is that going to be a regular occurrence or just for this September?
No, regularly, because we're trying to give them more time to change if they need to.
For September, Dr. Hall, the Personnel Committee was actually scheduled for the 16th of September, which obviously wouldn't do any good things for the 15th, meeting on the 15th. So the 8th would be.
How did that?
Because there's two meetings.
Yes.
Subsequently, it will move from Wednesday mornings to Tuesday mornings.
Yes.
Okay, and I believe, I looked at that calendar, and I do believe that September was the only month that was going to have such a drastic difference.
That is because we have the two meetings. The two meetings are our challenge when you look at them here.
And add the subcommittee meetings you hear every day.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So wherever we appear on the calendar, just bump it a day before.
Except for September. We were going to say
Right,
September,
right.
we're going to go Tuesday
So
morning.
if it's a
the
Wednesday,
8th.
just change it to that Tuesday.
I will get, Terry and I will get this calendar updated again quickly and out to the board as soon as possible. It'll be in your hands by the FYI at the latest.
Can we have the board members go through the calendar, and if you see anything that needs to be adjusted, contact you?
Please send me an email, give me a call, or that would be wonderful.
Dr. Hall, there was, at the last education committee meeting.
It was a
there
date
was
change,
an
yes.
issue with the date that was scheduled for October. And
Mhm.
at that meeting, the committee was vacillating between the 30th of September or the 15th of October.
So then it's the
So
15th.
we were going to decide on one of those dates, or do we need to discuss it?
It's on the 15th. We can just keep it.
Yeah, I put it on the schedule for both.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's for the tentative.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha.
That makes sense.
Okay. So the 15th. Yeah. Yes. And where is the? I don't even see it on the 30th.
On a Thursday, that's, you guys have it a Thursday night.
It's not on the 30th on here.
What time is it?
Oh, September. She said October.
I'm going to include it in the FYI. We're going to update the calendar.
is that? That's
If you would peruse the calendar to see if there's anything else that you have questions or concerns about, we'll take
Wait a
care of it.
minute. Hold on. So we need to take it off of September 30th and just keep the October 15th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's off. So the 15th is 8:30 a.m. on October 15th.
I got that.
Okay. And
And Dr. Hall?
Yes.
Personnel is going to change to Tuesday mornings at 8:30 a.m.
Yes.
for the future, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And not only will I send this calendar, I will update those dates on the front of the FYI so that we have those dates all correct too. Yes, so that you know. You're welcome.
Well, your policy meeting is scheduled for 2.
That's okay. No, that's
gotta change
Tuesday
the
on
time.
here. That's wrong. We typically Thursday in the morning. But that's-
So, okay, so then that's no problem, right? No, that's the one that. So do we need to flip flop?
Can you have 2 on one day?
We've done it before.
Would you? You had that?
Yes.
Then we did the cold.
Well, so for that month or something? Oh, I don't care. Yeah. Or I was just going to say you could actually have it. That would guarantee you to get out of there.
Because the
8:30 is you guys,
education-
and there's no room for any addition. And then start your other meeting. I don't know.
Because education is typically on Wednesday, right? November, Wednesday.
You might even have more attendance.
Yeah, so that was just the 1 month. Because Laura was the one, okay. So for Thursday, October 15th, 8:30 a.m., that will be an education and policy meeting. Because we forgot that Thursdays are already policies. We forgot that Thursday is already the policy meetings.
Yes.
Yes, for the education meeting, committee meeting that we had to change. It'll be a combo, education and policy.
He just hasn't changed.
So all of the policies need to be changed to Thursday. Okay, so what are we having on Thursdays?
Exactly. Exactly.
1 or 9? Okay. So Thursday. Oh, wait, our personnel is Tuesday now, and then education is Wednesday. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so we need to cancel the policy that's on here on the 13th. That needs to be canceled. So
Well,
scratch
any
that
of it
out.
on Tuesday.
October 13th.
Yeah, we were
they're
going to
gonna
make those
update it.
changes, but October 13th, we were putting that down as a tentative date for our coffee community forum. Is that,
Because we were right. You're
yes.
right.
And we're going to do that in the evening, of course, right? When we're asking for a date? Is that okay?
Yeah, because that's when I was saying in September, let's utilize some of the subcommittee day
Yeah.
because we're never going to have a whole lot of dates available.
But we agreed October 13th.
So
Community
13th,
forum,
the potential
community forum date,
tentative.
community forum
Well,
date.
let's see, Janine.
Oh.
Janine, are you available the 13th, the evening for a forum? Mr. Teray, October 13th?
Hopefully. Me and my new teeth, maybe.
Okay.
We'll see.
Please
'em
bring
along.
those.
Temporary.
I love to meet him.
My calendar is full for the rest of my life.
All of ours. Okay, so the 13th? So we just need,
Yes, ma'am. That is the tentative date that Dr.
Where are we
Hall
having
was going through to make sure everybody was okay
I
with.
think we're okay out here. Jennifer would be the only one that we just need to make sure. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Is
And
6:30
that's
okay
a
to put
Tuesday. I don't
tentatively?
think she teaches. She teaches Thursday nights.
That is correct.
Okay. So. And Mr. Anderson, okay. And where are we having it?
We had the last one in University Park. I wasn't here. Would
Oh,
we
we
like,
haven't gone to Monee. We did Crete. We did an event in Crete.
We did the Coffee Community Cafe in Crete, University Park Forum. So, right, Monee is next, or Monee and, well, yeah, combine
okay.
Monee and
So,
Park Forest.
Monee, the elementary or or MEC? Do we have capacity?
Monee is
MEC?
larger. Monee Elementary is
Do we
larger,
have
right?
capacity?
we should have,
Parking.
yeah, we have,
assuming it would be
yes, we have more
eight.
capacity, I believe, in Monee. That's
Oh, that's
University
small.
Park.
That's small.
That's University Park. We're trying to get it to Monee. We've already had one at University Park. I think Monee Elementary.
Okay.
And what'd you say about the parking? What's wrong with that?
That's
Oh, yeah.
Like, no, look.
So October 13th, that's just one of the
It's gonna
days?
be a community farm. Okay, so October 13th, 6:30, correct? That is a Tuesday night. 6:30, oh God, 6:30 PM at Monee Elementary. We all paying attention?
Uh-uh.
The finance meetings for September and October have been changed, and I do believe that they are changed on that calendar. September 2nd is a finance committee meeting, is that listed on that? Okay.
Finance is listed as September 9th.
We will get that updated again and out to the board.
Okay.
Okay, we all good?
One more thing for new business, was discussed in the education committee meeting, doing a community event, that would basically, help our community to understand some key things going on in our district, in our state. And we kind of tossed around a few ideas, possibly holding something here in the high school where our community members, not just our parents, but our residents, our business people, whoever wants to attend can come on a night and partake in some workshops revolving around key issues in our district as well as in education. So we discussed that. The education committee charged our administration with coming up with some ideas for that and bringing it to the Board of Education. So I don't know if the superintendent or Laura are prepared to give any feedback on that at this time, or?
I don't think we're prepared to give feedback on this at this time, but we will have something for you by the education committee meeting. And then as soon as that is okay by that committee, we'll get something out to the Board of Education for a discussion, if that's okay with the board.
Okay.
And that's October. What day is that again?
The next education committee meeting is September 9th.
Okay, I'm just gonna. Mr. Cunningham?
I'm sorry, that's September 2nd. It says 9th here. That was the date that we just talked about for it. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
So what are you saying?
So the Education Committee, the next one is September 9th. They will give us an update on those plans. I mean, we heard even this evening from our public regarding wanting to be able to get information. So I think this is a good thing to be doing.
I agree.
So, and of course, it's not going to be that you, tomorrow, the promise was that you have the accessibility to put a blast on your page, or maybe even go on some of their Facebook pages and notify people that this is happening. I don't care how you do it, just make that happen, because it's not enough to say we're having one and then it not be well publicized. I think, let me ask you this, when is there was a plan and is a plan in place for the state of the district, the newsletter that's going to be mass distributed to the community at large? When do we anticipate, because that could be utilized as a broad notice, because I know it's easy to say we're doing something, and I think I heard one of the gentlemen talk about do I have to have a computer?
Yeah, that's
So
what I was gonna say.
the written version of that, what do you call it? You just put it in a postal.
Bulk
postal.
Postal. It was the plan, and it was planned to be. I hadn't set a actual date, a final date yet. I was going to meet with a small little committee that I was working with, and we're going to set a date within those first 2 weeks of September. The earlier, the better, but within those first 2 weeks.
You're going to set a date to meet to discuss?
No, we're going to be setting a date to meet starting between now and the end of next week. We need to get on this.
Thus, then.
Yes, you do. And I
Yeah.
did hear, if you all noticed that I went to the bathroom, but I was gone for about 30 minutes. But talking to some of the visitors that were here, and that was a concern that was brought to me. One of the members of that committee was just wanting to make sure we, keep that going. And, I believe the
CRC.
Community Relations Committee, the superintendent started. I believe they met once.
Yes, ma'am.
And, from what I hear, they're excited. They're eager to work with you, to work with the district, and they want to be put to work. So I think that's something, that's good for them to help put together. They represent, I believe you have representatives from all 4 major
That is correct.
communities on the committee. So,
But I was talking to a different committee about the newsletter. I have a little small newsletter committee, but I can get to that one. Yeah.
So
We got a
just
lot
for
to work.
clarification, the forum is on the 13th.
Yes.
You're going to meet with the committee of your community relations reps.
Actually, it's more of the newsletter committee. It's not community
I'm
relations.
sorry, I got confused.
Yeah.
I thought it was
So,
that.
so, and I'm just clear, so I'm trying to get this straight. The bottom line is that meeting is not going to yield the potential for a mailing for the October 13th. In other words, to affect October 13th.
Why not? We should be able to
I'm
have
just
that out.
clarifying.
It
Yes?
should, yes.
Okay, well,
Yes, it should.
because I'm just trying to figure out if that's the mailing that will
I think
allow
it's-
people at large to know.
I believe it is. That is one of the things that we'll do. It could be the bulk rate mailing that includes the state of the district report, and we can advertise the forum in there also on the bulk rate. We
And
can do-
also this community event. So the sooner you can.
Yeah, assuming that the
Or you
community
can put a
event.
save the date, save the date. of
Yes,
the community event.
assuming the community event is after
would,
the newsletter.
I would,
Like if
fur-
you- I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I would further recommend that you put an article in both the Southtown, if you can, the Southtown, the Monee / Crete Monitor and Record, and that Southland Voice.
And the University Park newsletter.
And whatever goes out to the community and they read it, and that way you've covered all your bases. 'Cause they're-
Yeah, we got Monee
Yeah.
Township.
And I think Monee has a newsletter. I talked to the mayor about that, and he would be happy to get any information we wanted in there. I just don't know their timing, so
Who
I'll
is
check
that?
it. Monee. Mr. Brown, do you know if Monee Township has a newsletter that
They
goes
do.
out? Is it a monthly or a quarterly?
It's quarterly.
Okay.
You should be getting.
Well, for now, tomorrow you could say save the date.
I
'cause
agree.
that's an announcement.
I agree. I will get the announcement out that says save the date, and we'll get it up on the website tomorrow, and then we'll start working on the other
So
steps.
again, as far as the postals, once you get all the dates, it would be good to have everything on one, so we're not spending money to then send out additional mailing.
Agreed.
So under whatever umbrella community events or, however you all want to word it. All right.
Janine can't hear you.
Well, I'm sitting right here with the mic in my mouth. I need to speak louder. Can you hear me?
Stick with the board member job. No singing.
Oh, I can sing. Okay, we're ready.
We good? Okay. I would like a motion to adjourn, all one vote.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
What are we waiting?
All one vote.
Everybody
Aye.
that says aye.
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 Aye. 10, 11.
Ayes have it.
Oh, my word.
Have a good evening, everyone.